Signed. Senate Chamber. 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 Signed. Senate Chamber.
That should be us, Chair. Great. Welcome members and indeed the public to the 47th meeting of the Committee for Finance in the 22 to 27 mandate. Members, the committee meeting as always will be recorded and broadcast online and throughout Parliament buildings. Anyone who's in the public gallery should either mute your phone, put it on silent or airplane mode. It's not permitted to take photos or a recording of this hearing. We have an apology from Steve Aiken, but we have no other apologies. I think one or two members will be joining us presently. We're obviously starting slightly earlier.
Chair, we think everyone's here in person.
Great. Okay. The next agenda item is declaration of interest. So members are obliged to declare any relevant financial or other interest. If anybody wishes to declare.
Chair, Deputy Chair.
Deputy Chair, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. When we come on to talk about the public procurement piece, I also sit on the Public Accounts Committee.
Grant. Okay. Okay. So the first item is the NI Banking and Financial Services Landscape oral briefing. We have oral evidence from the Association of British Insurers. So members, if we're agreed, Hansard will record and report this oral briefing. At page 6 of your meeting pack is a clerk's cover note. At page 10 of the meeting pack is a submission to the inquiry provided by the Association of British Insurers. And at page 21 there is a copy of the ABI's financial inclusion strategy. I presume members will be content that both the ABI's submission to us and their strategy document can be added to the inquiry's evidence base for our eventual report, if members are content. Members, at page 4 of the tabled pack, there is a response from Cash Access UK. This is pertinent to our overall inquiry. There is a response from Cash Access UK following our report, following the committee's visit to the Kilkeel Banking Hub. At that visit, members requested additional information on funding of banking hubs, the banking hub assessment process, and information on Cash Access UK's innovation team. So that will be we will email the link to members. The team, the clerk team will email the link. So members, this is the note at this stage, and the response, if members are content, will be added to the evidence base. So on to the briefing and evidence session. With us, we have Alistair Ross, who is Assistant Director and Head of Public Policy for Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, and Mark Shepherd, who is Assistant Director and Head of General Assurance. So we welcome both of you here. Thank you for coming and giving us evidence. I think, Alistair, you are the lucky person who's going to give us a brief opening statement, and then members do indicate should you wish to ask a question. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Chair, and for the opportunity to come and speak to you this afternoon. So the ABI is the voice of the UK's world-leading insurance and long-term savings industry. We're the largest sector in Europe. We're the third largest in the world. And what that means is that we represent more than 300 firms right across the insurance space. That includes household names, which you would recognise, and also some specialist providers. And it's all about providing peace of mind to our customers when they need our support across the UK. So on behalf of our member companies, we work with the Assembly and its members and committees across a range of topics. We also work regularly with the Executive in terms of Department of Finance, Department for Infrastructure, Department for Communities, Department of Justice and the Department for the Economy. We've had dealings with them all in the last 6 months or so. We also, as you would expect, work with the UK's other governments, with Treasury and Whitehall, with regulators, consumer organisations and non-governmental organisations. And all that's about delivering our strategy and our purpose, which is to ensure that the industry is trusted by customers. It's invested in people and planet and can drive growth and innovation through effective markets. In terms of Northern Ireland, the industry is supporting around about 5,000 full-time equivalent jobs, and that's across insurance companies, insurance brokers, loss adjusters, lawyers and other insurance-related professionals, and that's generating in excess of £240 million in gross value added for the economy every year. Now, I would stress that our members are committed to serving the Northern Ireland market. We've been talking with them about this evidence session this afternoon, and they've reaffirmed that ahead of this meeting. I think it's important to recognise that insurers serve their customers through a number of different channels. So that can be directly through branch networks, which some still maintain. You've got telephone and internet services direct to the companies. They can go via insurance brokers, through price comparison websites, and also by providing the insurance services that sit behind a range of different household brands that people may purchase their cover through. And that's really reflecting the changing ways that people are buying insurance, and Northern Ireland is similar to the rest of the UK in that regard. And it's also reflecting the different approaches and strategies of the individual insurance companies. Now, as we said in our written submission to the committee, we do recognise the concerns that you've raised and expressed about home and motor insurance affordability in particular. As an industry, both the ABI and our member firms are continuing to work to support customers. However, I think it should be noted there are a number of issues beyond insurers' control, and that's where we need to work with the UK government, the Northern Ireland Executive, our regulator, the Financial Conduct Authority, and other parties to address some of these challenges. One of the biggest factors our members have identified, this is what they've told us in terms of the Northern Ireland market, is the cost of insurance claims. So when people are coming to claim and bring forward claims on other policies, these claims tend to be or can be more expensive, and there are a number of factors sitting behind that. Some of it is international or UK level factors, such as the supply chain for replacement parts and materials. However, there are also factors specific to Northern Ireland which put additional inflationary pressure on insurers. Some can be addressed by the Executive with action there, some by our regulator at the FCA, and others by parties such as the Judiciary. Two areas I would just kind of draw your attention to. In motor insurance, our data is showing that personal injury claims here for motor vehicle claims, they're around 40% more expensive than the equivalent claims in Great Britain. Now, that's due to a number of reasons. That's the compensation guidance that's set by the Judiciary. It's driven in part by unregulated claims management companies, and it's also partly reflecting the way the legal system works here in Northern Ireland. In home insurance, construction methods in Northern Ireland can differ to other parts of the UK, as do heating systems and the risk of damage from leaks that they present. But again...
do you mean, sorry, just to... Yeah. You mean the preponderance of home heating oil?
Home heating oil, but also
fires.
in terms of the way the houses are actually constructed and where pipes are embedded.
Probably there's more, I would say there are more open fires here in general. People burn more open burning fires probably here than there are in GB.
I'll defer to you on that.
Okay.
But the main thing we've seen is the oil-fired heating systems as opposed to boiler-operated ones. And again, a lot of activity by loss assessors and claims management companies that again can drive up the cost of claims that are involved. I'm happy to go into more detail on that. We've set out, as you've said, our written submission. We'd be happy to expand upon these points, and we'll do our best to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you very much. That was helpfully concise. I suppose my first question is quite a broad one. This inquiry is obviously focused on financial services in the round. That is significantly or in large part to do with banking, but not just banking. Insurance is an inextricable part of the financial services, the financial services landscape. So we thought it was vital that we take evidence from you and we reflect on that. But one of the reasons for that is that many of our constituents, as I'm sure you already know, reflect back to us, I sense, that in general terms, particularly for domestic customers, insurance premiums are higher in Northern Ireland than they are in Britain. Is that true?
Let's take that one, Chair. So I think in our written evidence, we tried to set out to some extent to try and address some of that challenge or some of that potential misconception, certainly in terms of the motor insurance landscape. So what we set out was some general statistics UK-wide around how motor insurance premiums have been tracking, and they had been rising 2023, certainly post-pandemic. I would say that they were rising from probably an artificially low base because of the reduced driving behaviours and reduced accidents and claims that resulted from things like lockdown. So potentially that spike, if you like, in premiums was felt a bit more by people because they had reduced over lockdown. But certainly in the UK-wide basis, we're now starting to see those average premiums again start to reduce. And if you look at those in real terms, taking into account inflation, they actually have tracked inflation pretty closely. So compared back to 2017 levels, the average motor insurance premium on the UK-wide basis is £1 more than it was in 2017, so taking into account inflation. On a Northern Ireland specific basis, so we don't break down our premium calculations by UK region, but what we have done in preparation for this is identify a number of sources for quote-based comparisons, which can be useful in comparing Northern Ireland to other regions of the UK. So those are on quotes, they're not on the premiums actually paid by people, which can differ, but they do, as I say, give a useful comparison. So Compare NI data, which is a price comparison website specifically targeted towards Northern Ireland, found that Northern Ireland was the third lowest of 12 UK regions that they compared in 2024 at an average of £671 for motor insurance. And then we contacted Compare the Market, who are a major price comparison website, obviously operating across the UK, and they provided us with a regional breakdown of the average cost of private comprehensive motor insurance from their data for March 2025, which showed Northern Ireland kind of middle of the pack. So there's 14 regions set out there in the written evidence we've provided that have come from Compare the Market, with Northern Ireland at an average for motor of £650.93 in March 2025, which is 7th of the 14 regions there that are set out. Unsurprisingly, areas like Greater London, Yorkshire and the Humber, and I think the other high one, well, mostly those, but it generally tends to be urban areas, so where you've got higher proportions of traffic density. It's intuitive that leads to higher proportions of accidents and therefore claims.
And further to that, wouldn't you think then that Northern Ireland would be, in a sense, be even lower, because we're on the edge of a relatively small city here, and it's we don't have very much urban sprawl in Northern Ireland. There's effectively one big-ish city and a city that's in the northwest that's a bit smaller, and then some ancillary urban areas connected to Belfast. If you were to weight that by rurality, we would be closer to we're probably, I think we're the most rural possibly of some of these areas. So shouldn't we be even lower?
I think you've got some push and pull factors specific to the Northern Ireland market. So in your advantage, as you identify, you've got less concentration of urban areas, probably less complex road systems overall than you might find in some of places like London or Manchester and the big cities in the UK. You've also got lower rates of theft of motor vehicles in Northern Ireland, comparatively so to Great Britain. But on a disadvantage, you've got, as Alistair outlined in the opening statement, much higher bodily injury claims costs. So when those claims for accidents do happen and injuries occur, the compensation amounts that insurers are paying out are significantly higher for road traffic accidents involving in Northern Ireland. And you also have, our data suggests, higher replacement vehicle claims costs. So whenever you have an accident and your car is out of service for a while, you get what used to be called a courtesy car or a replacement vehicle. Those costs tend to be higher in Northern Ireland, and that's burdensome on the insurance company to pay for those costs as well.
Just on you're saying effectively the legal processes, the claims are more expensive to process. Could you summarise why and what you think should be done about it?
So there's a number of factors. I'll start off. Alistair, I'm sure will come in. So you've got higher awards for damages first and foremost. So I think we've set out some data that shows the average claim for bodily injury in Northern Ireland is £22.8 thousand, whereas in England and Wales it's 15.7 thousand, and Scotland it's 15.5 thousand. So the awards, which are set primarily by the judiciary for various injuries, right through from whiplash to wrists, bruised knees, and to more serious incidents, are much higher in Northern Ireland. England and Wales has been through quite a significant reform programme for lower value injury claims compensation to try and address some of those issues and how they are impacting on claims costs and premiums. Northern Ireland hasn't done that and hasn't got there yet. So that was the Civil Liability Act that was introduced in England and Wales to set whiplash tariffs. There is nothing similar in Northern Ireland, and we'd like to see something like that introduced to address low-value soft tissue injury claims. Then you also have a higher cost associated because more claims are driven by claims management companies in Northern Ireland, a higher prevalence per person of claims management companies operating in Northern Ireland, and they tend to lead to more litigation, less settlements outside of court, and driving up costs generally. That is not going to the claimant, but is going to either a CMC or to a solicitor acting with that CMC. So we'd like to see reform of that area. Again, in England and Wales, we have regulation of claims management companies by the Financial Conduct Authority. That does not happen in Northern Ireland, so they're an unregulated sector.
Okay.
Just to follow on from that, as Mark outlines, there's a consumer protection gap in Northern Ireland. So the lack of regulation of claims management companies means that consumers in Northern Ireland don't enjoy the same level of protection or redress when things go wrong and they're unhappy compared to consumers in GB. It's largely a historical issue. The UK government legislated on this when Stormont was suspended, and so there wasn't an opportunity for it to go through this place. Yeah. But we now have a gap where if you are using a claims management company in GB, then you have recourse. If you're not happy with them, you can go to the Financial Conduct Authority, you can raise complaints with them, you have that recourse. You simply don't have that protection here, and so there's that distinction there as well. Mark's talked about litigation. Northern Ireland does seem to be a more litigious jurisdiction, so people are more inclined to instruct a lawyer to represent them and to raise a compensation claim. Those claims tend to go very quickly to civil bills, so an insurer from their point of view, if a solicitor contacts them on behalf of a client seeking compensation for injuries which are not their fault, sustained in a car accident or in some other situation, the insurer will seek to clarify the details so they can evaluate the claim and work out how much to offer in terms of compensation, and they'll be met in return with a civil bill, and so you'll go straight to litigation. There is a pre-action protocol to try and encourage early settlement of claims, which ultimately means people are going to get paid compensation earlier in the process. But as I say, Northern Ireland is quite a litigious jurisdiction compared to England and Wales or compared to Scotland, and so you're quicker to legal action, you're quicker to escalate it to the court. The challenges then become the capacity of the courts. So I was talking to one firm last week who were saying from the date of issue of legal action in the High Court to the date of disposal, when the action settled, is, I'll just check my notes, 165 weeks. So that, now that's a High Court case.
What would be the, in England and Wales, it would be much smaller than that?
Much
okay.
Shorter.
I'm going to bring in colleagues now, Dan Forsyth first.
Thank you, and thank you both very much for coming. Really appreciate your taking part in this inquiry, and thanks for the comprehensive written evidence. It's really good to have it. I think whenever I was looking at it, it gives a bit more of a positive outlook than I expected in terms of some of the motor insurance piece, especially with the 17 to 24. We've got a lot of casework out of the fact that young drivers here seem to be, a lot worse off than the rest of the UK. I just wonder, is that particular age group able to be extracted from this data, or is it just Northern Ireland as a whole? And just, I wonder, would there be any way that we could monitor this data any better across the UK by regions by pulling out those particular age groups?
Yeah, I'll cover off the young drivers point first. So I think if we haven't put this in the written evidence, that we can certainly send it to you. It wasn't ABI data, but again, it was price comparison website quote data, which actually showed for 17 to 24-year-olds Northern Ireland as the least expensive region out of 12 compared in the UK for average motor insurance premiums. That is an average, so not everyone will be in that camp, and it is for 17 to 24-year-olds significantly higher on average than other age groups. But there are reasons for that, unfortunately, and that's because we see a much higher proportion of accidents that involve 17 to 24-year-olds than other age groups. That then leads to more claims and more compensation payouts for insurers. So that's why, unfortunately, they tend to face higher average premiums when they've just started driving. The other thing on young drivers and a change that we'd like to see is actually how can we as a community help support young drivers to gain better driving experience once they're newly qualified. And that, in our view, are things like a graduated driver licensing system, which we think would give young people more experience in a graduated way on different road conditions, whether that be driving in the wet, driving in the ice and snow, driving at night, building up their confidence, if you like, to be able to drive in a safer way. There is evidence to show that where those systems have been implemented in other countries in the world, that's had a real impact on reducing the number of deaths and serious incidents involving young people on our roads. So we think that's a really important point. And having grown up here in Northern Ireland, I know fine well, I'm sure members well as well, that Northern Ireland does not have a very good road safety record. We very much support the road safety strategy that's been developed by the executive up until 2030, but we want to see action and evidence of that working to reduce the deaths and serious injuries on our roads. Do you want to pick up the point on breakdown of data, Alistair?
Yeah, so certainly we can certainly ask and make those inquiries. As Mark has said earlier, we are not able to disaggregate the premium data that we have down to a Northern Ireland level, and so we won't be able to do that for younger drivers as well. But between Compare NI, who are going out and offering, I think they say they've got more than 80 insurance providers through their network. We've also seen other research suggest there's circa 90 or so insurers offering to write insurance in Northern Ireland. That's some of the research we've said. So there's certainly a market there, but we don't hold the data that would be able to provide the breakdown that you're looking for in terms of the impact on that young driver cohort. But just to reinforce what Mark said, the data from the PSNI shows that young people, so those aged from 16 to 24, were involved in 20.5% of those what they call killed or seriously injured accidents, so the most serious accidents. And yet they only make up 9% of the driver population. So we've still got this challenge, and it's very graphically demonstrated, maybe not every weekend, but certainly every month. Young people, late at night, rural roads, car full of their friends, and there's a collision and serious injuries or unfortunately fatalities. I think Northern Ireland's run at about twice the rate of the target for the 2030 road safety strategy. Getting that fixed, getting that right, will reduce that rate where Northern Ireland has 29 road deaths per million people compared to 25 per million in England. Tackling that is going to have a direct impact in terms of the risk from a motor insurance point of view.
Thank you. And you talk about the higher average cost here of replacement vehicles, the claim costs, personal injury claims, and just wonder, do you think there's any viable means that we can address these factors while still respecting the independence of our legal system here?
Yes, absolutely. The costs that you're talking about tend to kind of rack up. So if you have a car that goes in for repair, the parts may need to be brought in from elsewhere, so you extend the period that it's in the garage. That then increases the amount of time that you need the hire car for. If the repair times can be improved, if there's greater garage capacity, if supply chains can be improved, you're going to be without your car for a shorter period of time. Those kind of things can be addressed. The judiciary in Northern Ireland has introduced a pre-action protocol specifically looking at what they call credit hire. That's the industry term for these replacement vehicles. That is starting to show signs that it's having some effect, but like most of the other pre-action protocols in Northern Ireland, it's not mandatory. So if you don't want to comply with that, you just do your own thing, and the repair may take longer, or the credit hire may take longer than it absolutely has to. And there are no sanctions either, so if you don't comply, then there's no punishment, there's no fine, there's no other restrictions that are placed on you. So we look to see action there, but that's not a role for the Department of Justice or for the Assembly. That's something for the judiciary to take a look at, I would suggest.
Yeah,
I'd add as well, I think, so there's some just broader things that aren't specific to Northern Ireland. I think that would help as well. So working with the police, for example, to tackle insurance fraud and uninsured driving, because all premium paying customers are paying for incidents involving either insurance fraudsters or those who haven't taken out insurance. Working with the police to combat vehicle theft, although rates are lower in Northern Ireland, there's still, I think, more that could be done there. It's not specific to Northern Ireland, but lowering insurance premium tax is something that we'd strongly advocate for with the UK government. At 12% of everybody's premium is going to the government in insurance premium tax. I don't think many people are aware of that. And as premiums have gone up over the last couple of years, the Exchequer has clearly been getting much more for that 12%, if you like. So that's gone up significantly in terms of Treasury intake from insurance premium tax. So we'd like to see that lowered, because we recognise that these are people who are doing the responsible thing by taking out insurance to protect their assets or protect themselves against an accident that might not be their fault on the roads. And so they shouldn't, we think, be punished or disincentivised from doing that by having that tax placed on them. And that tax percentage has increased over the last decade from, I think, 6% 10 years ago. So we'd like to see that changed as well.
And just a final question, just if I could ask your assessment of the level of risk of insurers actually pulling out of Northern Ireland because of the disparities with GB and some of these things.
Yeah, so I mean, there's been quite a bit of talk about, you know, the size and capacity and competition within the Northern Ireland market. We think our broad assessment is that for motor and home insurance, the market is still very competitive. It is not as competitive as GB or as the rest of the UK, and there are more providers there. But I think the risk is actually insurers pulling out of what we call personal lines insurance in the UK as a whole, and not a risk specific to Northern Ireland. So we've seen two major providers, RSA and Zurich, pulling out of offering motor and home insurance on a UK-wide basis over the last few years. And that's because it's just simply become much more difficult for them to make profit in that market. And that's been driven by claims costs, inflation, supply chain difficulties, but the rise in claims costs that we've seen over the last few years to make it untenable for them to continue. So I think it's a risk not specific to Northern Ireland or to Northern Ireland markets. I think it's a risk for the UK and indeed wider Europe as a whole.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Just a reminder, folks, we have a hard stop at 1:45 because we have the Finance Minister, but Gemma Dole is next.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for coming in. I think with that hard stop, I'll limit my questions, so you'll be glad to know. The lowest, us having the lowest premium for younger drivers really shocks me, you know, because obviously I represent Fermanagh and South Tyrone, which is incredibly rural, no good transport links, and like young people in my constituency are being quoted £3,500 to insure a car, which isn't possible, but it's a necessity. So I do find that shocking. The one question that I do have, and it's about the insurance companies pulling out of the north, it's been brought to my attention that some insurance companies aren't taking on new taxi firms. Is that a thing, or is that specific to Fermanagh maybe?
So taxi insurance in general is quite, I guess, more of a niche product, if you like, in the market. So there are not that many providers even on a UK-wide basis. And that's because they pose particular risks, and they also have, you know, more likely to have passengers in their car, generally because they're a taxi driver, which means more people potentially to get injured. So it's not a particularly competitive market in the UK as a whole, but there are providers that specialise in that market. One of the advantages of having a wide range of providers is that you do get some that look to find their particular niche. That might be young drivers, it might be people with previous convictions, for example, it might be taxis, it might be freight, it might be heavy goods vehicles, whatever. So we do have insurers that specialise particularly in providing insurance for taxis. I'm afraid I don't have an assessment of whether in Northern Ireland specifically that has gone up or down in the last number of years, but we'll take that feedback. I know that there are still members of ours that are providing taxi insurance in Northern Ireland, and if you've got any issues with companies, we can pick that up and provide you those information.
Well, that's really helpful, thank you. And just my other question, and you kind of mentioned this about convictions. Now I know drivers need to be punished, but it's been brought to my attention also that, and this could be a question for the regulator, so apologies if I'm wrong, that obviously the DVLA and the PSNI, they overwrite penalty points after 3 years, but insurance companies keep them for 5. Is that true? Or is that a question for the regulator?
I don't know. Okay. I think we'll have to take that one away. Certainly, most of the material I've seen has been asking in the last year whether you've had any penalty points, but there will be, certainly insurers will take into account a wide range of risk factors, and previous claims will be the most important of those. Still, despite all of the algorithms you think might be going on in insurance pricing and all the different factors that take into account, the best indicator of someone having a future claim is if they've had a claim in the past. And so that's still the biggest driving factor, if you like, of what is driving up people's premiums. So that might be the result of the points on your license or not. It might just be the result of the fact that you had a claim. But that is a higher factor than driving history. But driving history is important as well.
Okay.
And clearly having points on your license could be an indicator that to an insurer that you're not as safe a driver as someone without those points on your license. So it is a factor.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I'll leave my questions there, Chair.
Thanks, Jim. Okay, Philip Brett.
Thank you, Chair, and gentlemen, and Alistair in particular, good to see you again. Just wanted to pick up just on page 2 of your evidence. So we do not currently publish a BI average premium data shown by UK nation or region. Why don't you do that?
So the data is provided to us at quite a kind of high level by the various different insurance companies. So the more specific you get and the more granular you get on that, it depends on those companies' different processes and procedures for processing the information, drawing it out and then sending it over and sharing it with us. We also need to just be conscious and aware of competition law. And the more granular you get into that information, and there's quite an important distinction between what you see in terms of price comparison websites and the quotes that they provide and the premiums that are actually being paid by consumers and that we're publishing. If we go down into levels of detail, people might be able to extrapolate out and use that for anti-competitive purposes in terms of their own pricing. So we do need to be quite cautious about that. The other point I would just make on price comparison websites is, as well as being quotes, it doesn't take into account people who are renewing with their existing carriers. So you can see levels of detail in the price comparison websites that is not reflective of the entirety of the market. So I would just put that health warning in there as well.
And that's, I suppose, leads on to the point that I was going to make, is that you've used the evidence of quotes to stack up the claim that Northern Ireland is one of the cheapest, but claims aren't reflective of actual premiums costed, so anyone can go on and get a quote. They then say want to continue with the policy, they're asked more questions, provide more detail, and then the premium is higher than the actual quote given, and again doesn't take into account renewals that have taken place, which tend to be higher. So how can you use data for quotes to state that Northern Ireland is cheaper when actually what we would need to see is actual premiums paid to back up that evidence?
So a couple of things. So one, the breakdown of premium by region is something we're currently looking at, Philip, and I would like to be able to come in front of this committee and to be honest with you, have Northern Ireland specific data. It would make my job a bit easier as well. So we want to look at that and see what is possible. But as Alistair says, we do have to be careful that you can't read into that some pricing indications that might incentivise competitors to act in a certain way. And we need to be specifically careful of that because we're a trade association. On the quotes, I mean, what we're trying to do is be helpful to the committee. In the absence of our own data broken down, we have tried to source other comparable data. What they're doing is comparing quotes versus quotes. So the comparison, I would say, is still valid compared to other regions. I completely accept and agree that that is not the end premium that people pay. But often, actually, the quote will be higher on average than the actual premium people pay, and that's because they've rung up their insurer and potentially changed their terms and conditions, reduced their mileage, whatever it might be, in order to try and reduce their premium from the quote that they've originally got. But you're right, it doesn't take into account renewals, it doesn't take into account broker-led business or direct business either.
And then final question just for me is in relation to, so in October, the UK government announced the task force in relation to insurance prices across the UK. Have you been involved in that from a Northern Ireland perspective?
Well, from a UK-wide perspective, we've been involved in that. We sit on the stakeholder panel. So there's a task force which is essentially, as we understand it, government departments and the regulators, the FCA and CMA, and then they constituted a stakeholder panel of other interested groups, of which we are one. Our Director General went to one meeting of that stakeholder panel last year with the task force. Where there were then, as you may have noticed, 2 changes in ministers that were leading that task force. So the Chief Secretary, the Treasury and the Transport Minister both changed in Westminster. So we understand that that led to some delays in that that task force progressing its work. But that has now been reconvened, and we're expecting the task force to meet with the stakeholder panel again, probably towards the end of this month.
Just to add to that, we've met with the current Minister for Finance and his predecessor,
yes,
where they both discussed motor insurance premiums in particular in Northern Ireland, and we are aware that the UK government has convened a devolved nations session with representation from ministerial representation from Northern Ireland and from Scotland and from Wales, but we are now waiting for UK government to announce the next steps under the current Secretaries of State and Ministers respectively.
And Chair, it might be worth you being aware, because this inquiry I think is intended to feed into the broader financial inclusion strategy of the UK government, and a part of that, although it's very focused on banking and kind of retail banking, there is an insurance subcommittee that's been established to look at what access to insurance issues might take part in that financial inclusion strategy as well. So our Director General has been asked to chair that subcommittee. So
I think those are both points, both that subcommittee you've talked about, Mark, but also what you just mentioned, Alistair, the Devolved Nations Task Force, was it, the Devolved Nations?
I don't know if I was to say it's a task force, but within the task force initiative, there is engagement with the devolved ministers.
Okay, well, we'll need to follow up on both those things. Thank you. Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Alistair and Mark, for your evidence so far. Can I ask, just to understand sort of the landscape, if you like, what proportion of insurance customers ultimately draw down a successful claim?
So it will vary according to product. Are you talking about motor insurance?
Take motor insurance maybe just as an example,
Yeah, I think a very small proportion. So I think you're talking in regions of single figure percentage on an annual basis.
Okay. So I note in your written evidence, you helpfully have a chart which tracks the average settled claim versus the average premium, and looking at that, it looks almost like a direct relationship. As costs go up, premiums go up. But given that there are significantly more paying customers than there are claimants, is that direct relationship really necessary?
Well, I think what we're trying to show to the committee is that, in our view, what's been driving premium increases in 2023 has been an increase in the average claims costs for insurers, and they need to reflect that in their rate increases. Otherwise, it's very difficult for them to continue to survive in that market.
Okay, and the evidence so far has focused on those rising costs, and I think everybody would concede that there have been rising costs. But I mean, one example, Admiral Insurance reported a 90% increase in its pre-tax profits for 2024, driven by an unexpected surge in UK motor insurance profits. Is that reflective of the picture across the industry, and is it the case actually that it isn't just cost, but also profits that are driving up costs to our constituents?
So there's been a number of statistics bandied about, I think, in particular around insurance profits. I think we need to recognise that insurers don't necessarily operate and provide just one product. They also make profit through their investments, and we've seen a particular uptick in return on investments in 2024, which has been driving a lot of those profits. But 2024 has been a better year from an underwriting perspective for motor insurers. There's no doubt about that, and that's largely been driven by the fact that they have been able to increase those premiums and those rates to better reflect the claims costs. But as I think we state in our evidence, we're now, as we get towards the end of 2024, seeing those average motor insurance premiums fall back down again. So they have come down from the peak at the start of last year. And that again is reflecting the fact that insurers have been able to operate on a more efficient and a more equitable basis, if you like, comparing their premium to the claims costs and expenses that they have to pay out.
Well, I would gently suggest, I mean, this is a specific example where the analysis is that the profits have been actually driven by motor insurance, because I accept your argument, there are multiple products and there are investments, and I accept that. But I don't think my constituents would argue that it was equitable, that whenever they were facing a 50% increase in their car insurance premium, maybe never had a claim, that they're watching their insurers then reporting bumper profits. So I think it is something for the industry to consider, certainly going forward in terms of just how equitable some of these increases are. But I'll leave my question in there, Chair. Thank you.
Jerry Carroll.
Thank you. Apologies, Mr. Presentation Moderator, your paper, obviously, and thanks for that. I think, yeah, just tying back to that point, I think, obviously, insurance shouldn't be for profit, it should be for the public good, and I question whether it is the latter. How would you respond to the perception amongst home insurers in particular that they're being overcharged? And I have to agree with Gemma's point. I mean, talking to young people, I think they'd be astounded to know that they're paying some of the cheapest rates for car insurance. They're being charged quite heavily, and quite often in areas of high deprivation they're paying more, which is an unfair further charge on them. So how would you both respond to that suggestion?
A couple of points. So on the home insurance side, you know, a couple of things that we've seen has been, again, the cost of repairs, in particular for repairs to a home when it is affected by damage, have gone up significantly. So that has been driven through into premiums in the last couple of years as well. So that's everything from inflation to energy costs to labour costs to the cost of paint, the cost of glass, have all been increasing significantly, and that's being borne by insurers when they're conducting those repairs. We're also seeing significantly both more frequent and more severe weather events. And that has been driving up the frequency and the average cost of claim for a home insurance claim, homes that are damaged by storms or floods, essentially. So, you know, clearly we are big supporters of action to tackle climate change and to tackle the frequency and severity of those weather events, because it is insurance and our customers which are bearing the brunt of that as we go forward. I can't remember your second point.
Neither can I. I'll move on anyway, but I think profitability wasn't factored into your answer, and so I would add that, but you know, I appreciate that. And the final question, are you aware of people either struggling to get a quote for home insurance or being quoted significantly higher than sort of neighbouring areas if they're described by the home insurer, the provider, as being in an area at risk of flooding, but the DFI, the government department, declaring that such an area is not at risk of flooding? One particular example, you know, Citizens of St James's, where the DFI are saying it's not at risk of flood. It may have been 40, 50 years ago or so, but people are struggling to get quotes, and if they're getting the quote at all, they're being quoted double than what they were sort of previous years. So I think that's maybe a wider problem than just a specific area. So have you came across this issue at all?
There's a couple of aspects to that. One is obviously the DFI produces its flood maps. I don't think insurers are actually permitted to use those for commercial purposes. So you as a householder could go on and have a look and just work out what your risk is according to the DFI maps, but an insurer couldn't use that for underwriting purposes, as I understand it. What insurers do is that they invest significant sums of money buying in data from commercial providers. So we were speaking recently with firms like JBA, with Fathom. They provide flood mapping data for insurers, and they then use that. That also tends to be a bit more granular in terms of the detail level it goes down to than some of the DFI maps. They may be a much wider, maybe a kind of postcode level, whereas the JB and the other commercial mapping can go down to a property level. But yeah, I absolutely recognise what you say in terms of the potential flood risk. What we have got is the Flood Re scheme, which is an initiative that was brought forward by the UK government in association with the industry. The industry pays for it. I think, Mark, you'll correct me, it's about £135 million a year. Insurers pay essentially as a levy to fund this Flood Re project, this Flood Re facility, and that provides a reinsurance. So it's insurance for insurers. So if you live in an area of higher risk, if you go onto the Flood Re website and check which firms offer insurance under Flood Re, you can go to them for a quote. They will pass on the flood insurance element of that quote onto the Flood Re scheme, and that should see a significant reduction in premiums. It does cover Northern Ireland. The take-up rates in Northern Ireland are perhaps a little bit lagging GB, so anything that we can do, and you can do as well, in terms of raising awareness of flood as a facility. It's not necessarily something you have to ask for as a customer, but you should definitely be checking if you're buying directly, or if you're going through a broker, asking the broker, do you know about the flood scheme? Are we involved in that? That should definitely see a difference where possible.
Okay. That's everyone. No further members have indicated that they wish to ask questions. There's a couple of brief points before we release you. One, you mentioned brokers and the broker market. Is your view, or are you telling us that one potential reason for higher premia here might be that there's more use of brokers here than in Britain?
Certainly, anecdotally, our perception is that a customer in Northern Ireland is more likely to use an insurance broker, a high street broker, than potentially customers in GB. And I think, intuitively that feels right, having grown up here as well. That's what my parents would do. There's an extra cost of doing that business for the insurer by going through the broker, because there's an extra intermediary involved, if you like.
Yeah. I mean,
so they're good. I should say these are all reputable businesses. I'm just asking the question.
Oh no, absolutely. But I think you're probably seeing demographic differences. So as Mark alluded to, maybe people of his parents' generation might traditionally still go through a broker. Yeah. If you're in a particular risk area, so young drivers would probably be better going through a broker who can get some specialist insurers that may be able to write cover. Or if you're in an area at higher flood risk, the brokers are in a very good flood insurance directory scheme, which again can help people to get more affordable cover. But just as other parts of the UK, you are seeing younger consumers use the direct channels, use price comparison websites. I just point you towards, I think it's in our pack, but the Consumer Council of Northern Ireland's Consumer Insight Survey shows that actually motor insurance is the most shopped around for product in Northern Ireland. So ahead of things like mobile phones, ahead of things like fuel for your vehicle, ahead of things like utilities, ahead of things like loans and credit cards. Motor insurance is number 1 and home insurance is number 3. So that does indicate that people are shopping around, which is one of the ways to get the best choice. But they can do that through those different channels, including using brokers.
Is it possible, one final one before we release you, is it possible that there's a sharp differential within Northern Ireland? Because you've obviously, and we appreciate there are competitiveness reasons why you might not want to disaggregate data, but there's also, I think, a fairly clear consensus as political representatives that this is a pretty consistent feedback we get from our constituents about high insurance premium costs, and these are people who are aware enough to have noticed. The kind of person who just allows their motor or home insurance to auto-renew is not the kind of person who's necessarily, but even those people are noticing it and they're coming to us. So this isn't kind of pure hypothesis. Is it possible that there are differentials within this region? So for example, we know we have higher levels of rurality. Might there be, and I'm not saying this is the case, but might it be that people who are closer to the border have increased insurance costs, or that's factored in? Might it be, you talked about the flood risk. I'm just interested, is there any further analysis you could be able to provide the committee that might just allow us to reflect a little bit for the purposes of our evidence?
There will be differences even within regions. There'll be differences that go right down to postcode, to street level, to individual housing. There's different rating factors on you as an individual. So we've talked about claims history, we've talked about other factors, your financial history as well, particularly if you've had any conviction or anything like that in the past, can all have an impact. So there are risk factors that relate to the asset that you're insuring, whether that be your car or your home, the individual, and also where you're likely to be, or what risk factors might be present because of where you're situated or where you're driving. And that's things like floods and storms being potentially higher risks in some areas than others, or the amounts of you're driving in more urban areas than in rural areas, for example. Okay. So there's no doubt there'll be regional differences as well.
Well, I think it would be helpful if there is any further information you could provide the committee in terms of why, any locally or regionally specific factors, because it is, I think, a fairly consistent message we get back, including whether being an elected representative has any increased bearing on increased premium. I'm sure we'd like to know whether being politically exposed, as it's called, has an impact.
So employment's another example
that kind of thing.
That's
I think
used as a proxy.
there are multiple things I think that we'd like to understand for Northern Ireland, and I do think it's something we're fairly consistent here. On that, if no one has any further questions, I think we will thank you very much, Alistair Ross and Mark Shepherd. Thank you.
Thank you.
So members are agreed we are going to very briefly now suspend for between 5 and 10 minutes just to prep for our next session. Thank you. Thanks both. And we'll have a
Senate Chamber. Sound. 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 Senate Chamber. Sound.
Summarise what people already knew, but I think reflecting what was in the packet makes sense.
Hello.
Okay.
Minister's not here yet.
The Minister's not here yet.
Right.
Okay, we'll just stay in closed session, I think, and that's in that case. That's fair enough. It's a minute or two.
If anyone needs to make a quick comment,
Yeah.
stop now is probably the time.
Anybody wants to
as well,
contemplate,
yeah.
now's the time.
Skills there. Good advice from the clerk.
Well,
I might do it
I'm
myself.
of that vintage. I know how much that matters. I'm limiting my water intake. No, we're still closed.
Senate Chamber. Sound. 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 Senate Chamber.
Joined us. We will keep the Minister and officials waiting. Thank you.
That's us back.
Okay, we are in back in open session, and I am pleased to say, members, that we have with us John O'Dowd, Minister of Finance, Neil Gibson, who's Permanent Secretary of the Department of Finance, and Joanne McBurney, who is Deputy Secretary in the Public Spending Directorate. Members, I assume you're agreed that Hansard will record and report this oral briefing. At page 37 of your meeting pack, you will find a clerk's cover note and relevant supporting papers, including a ministerial letter regarding the issue in terms of an incorrect URL on rates bill letters, and a related written response to the Deputy Chair on that issue. A readout from the financial the F:(ISC) meeting between that the Minister attended with the CST and other devolved ministers, the final terms of reference for the Public Sector Transformation Board, the terms of reference for Professor Jerry Holtham's independent review of relative need, a readout from the Ministerial Banking Roundtable, the rating system roadmap, and a copy of the domestic rating measures consultation, and the terms of reference for the cost of doing business review. And in addition to that, we have the actual cost of doing business review, which is in your table pack and was published yesterday by the department. So we've already welcomed the Minister, and Joanne and Neil, welcome. Thank you very much, Minister, for making time. We genuinely appreciate it. You've given us a significant slot, and we appreciate the opportunity to ask you questions. We do have a lot to ask you, and there's a lot of ground to cover, so we welcome the fact that you're here. Please feel free to make some opening remarks.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your invite here today, and thank you to the committee members as well. I intend to use my opening remarks to provide the committee with an overview of my first few months in office. Having served on several committees, including a short stint on the Finance Committee, I understand and value the role of the scrutiny committees in the Assembly. I entered politics to help improve the lives of people, a common goal I believe we share. I am also a firm believer in the need for us as elected representatives to give people hope. I have always worked collectively with ministerial colleagues, North, South, East and West, and will continue to do so. Since becoming Finance Minister, I have met ministers Chambers and Donoghue in the south. I've also met my counterparts in Scotland, Shauna Robinson, and in Wales, Mark Drakeford, and Chief Secretary to the Treasury, as well as several meetings with the Secretary of State. I believe with the Committee and the Assembly also working together, we can make a positive difference. There is no doubt we face many challenges and the fiscal outlook is difficult. My focus is on what we can do, not on what we can't do. I believe the 25-26 budget shows the Executive's determination of doing what matters most. We have prioritised the limited funding we have available to make a real difference for the betterment of people's lives across our society. With the £250 million going forward towards cutting health waiting lists and supporting investment in elective care, and I welcome the statement from the Health Minister in that regard, which was made to the Assembly yesterday. Honouring our commitment to create more social and affordable housing by investing in an additional £105 million in wastewater infrastructure and an additional £100 million for social housing. Doubling our investment in early years and childcare strategy to £50 million and a commitment of a further £5 million in year, supporting our children and helping hard-working families. These are just some of the examples of how this budget will support workers and families and communities. At the heart of public sector delivery is our public sector workers. As Minister with responsibility for the civil service, workforce is responsible for the civil service. One of my first meetings was with the civil service unions. In the last year, my department has recruited 3,000 staff to support departments in the delivery of public services. Skilled and motivated staff are essential to drive transformation. I was pleased, therefore, that the unions accepted the 20-month pay offer, which signals the importance we place on our civil servants and the role they play in transforming our services and contributing to the delivery of the programme for government ambitions. To support our workforce, the new 2025-2030 People Strategy has been developed, focusing on equipping our workforce to meet current and future demands, creating a supportive work environment and fostering strong leadership, inclusivity and diversity. Focusing on these priorities will help civil servants support ministers, the executive and the delivery of public service. The executive wants to transform and improve our public services. The reality is that there is need for innovation and transformation to meet the needs and expectations of the kind of public services our citizens rightly want to see and deserve. Significant progress has been made on the Transformation Fund, with the first tranche of £120 million allocated to innovative projects in health, special educational needs, justice, planning and wastewater infrastructure, all issues which affect everyday lives. I was pleased in March, along with the Deputy First Minister and Health Minister, along with the Secretary of State, to hear first-hand from GPs working on the front line about the difference the £61 million investment in primary multidisciplinary teams will make to the communities they serve. The process for the Transformation Fund was a new departure and a novel approach, and has challenged departments to work differently. And the feedback has been positive, and I believe we have strong foundations in place going forward. I'm keen to continue building on the momentum of the programme. It is my expectation that a second call for proposals will take place as soon as possible and by the early summer. While the £235 million of transformation funding will in no way tackle the magnitude of the issues at hand, it will help develop and implement a model of delivery to stimulate the wider transformation of public services. To support continued investment in transformation, we need a fiscal framework that reflects our level of need. That is why my department commissioned renowned Professor Holtham to conduct an independent review of our level of need. It is essential that the Executive is funded fairly and sustainably to enable us to deliver the public services our people deserve. That is my focus. Professor Holtham's work is pivotal in continuing to make the case to the British Government for higher relative need factor to be included in our funding arrangements. There is a need for more investment in public services, not just here, but I would argue in England, Scotland and Wales. This work is close to being finalised in the coming days. I will of course share with the committee at the appropriate juncture. I have already engaged with the Chief Secretary of the Treasury in respect of this and will be immediately engaging further on receipt of the report. I also met with the Secretary of State earlier today in relation to the upcoming spending review. The upcoming spending review will provide a 3-year budget for day-to-day spending with a 4-year budget for capital spending. I believe the multi-year budget has the potential to be a game changer and enable departments to plan on a longer-term strategic basis. Work has already started on multi-year budgets. with DOF budget sustainability team supporting departments with their 5-year budget plans. The benefits will only be realised if the Westminster Government uses the spending review as an opportunity to invest in public services. I have made this clear in my meetings with the British Government. I recognise too we have a role to play in to get our finances into a more sustainable footing. Our budget sustainability plan reflects the needs to look at all options to deliver efficiencies, generate income, seek alternative funding sources, enhance borrowing powers and examine fiscal devolution. As the committee will be aware, rates is our primary income generation source. Last year, Land Property Services collected a record $1.6 billion in rates. This is the largest amount collected by LPS within a rating year, providing much needed funding for our public services. I thank the committee for considering the regional rates order at pace. Your approval and the subsequent Assembly approval meant rates bills could issue on time. Given the significance of the rating system to our public finances, it is essential that it is fair, equitable, progressive and aligned with the Executive's economic vision by expanding our tax base and supporting businesses to grow and create jobs. The strategic review of rates commenced by my predecessor will continue to be a firm focus of buying the time ahead. On domestic measures, the public consultation on the early payment discount and maximum capital value closed on the 25th of April. Over 800 responses were received. Work is already underway on the small business rates relief and non-domestic rating policy reviews, and I obviously will keep the committee updated on this. Chair, I'm conscious of the length of the remarks. I'm coming to a conclusion of them, but it reflects the breadth and depth of the work within my department. DOF looks after a range of areas from cyber and IT services, finance, HR, legal and audit services, registration of births, deaths and marriages, mopping and procurement, all of which will be familiar to the committee as they do their due diligence around the role of my department. I've already touched on our role as political leaders to create positive change. My department is taking through several pieces of legislation which will make a difference to people's lives, which I'm sure we will be in touch with or will touch on during today's meeting. As I said at the outset, it is our job as elected representatives to give people hope. I want workers, families and businesses to know that the Department of Finance and indeed the Executive have their back. By working together, we can do what matters most and maximise our resources to make a positive difference to the lives of those people we serve. Thank you for the opportunity for the opening remarks, Chair.
No problem. Thank you, Minister, for that comprehensive but relatively concise introduction. Can I ask first on the cost of doing business review, which was confirmed or released yesterday, what specific actions will follow from that?
I've already forwarded a copy of it when I received a copy last week to the Chief Secretary of the Treasury and pointed out to him that I would like to be taken into consideration as he moves towards the comprehensive spending review. I met with the business sectors and the community and voluntary sectors yesterday as well and briefed them on the outworkings of the review and listened to their feedback. Now, I think obviously they will have to go away and study the report more in depth, and I've no doubt we'll have further comments to make on it. But I think it is a timely insight into the challenges faced by businesses here, some of which are unique to here. And as I've said in my public commentary about this yesterday, decisions that are being made in Westminster are having significant impacts here, and I'm not sure, in fact, I am confident that when these decisions are being made in Whitehall departments, are not taking into account the needs of the local businesses and communities here.
I mean, I don't think anyone could realistically disagree with that, but I suppose my question is, this piece of work was commissioned by yourself or your predecessor's Finance Minister. I can't remember which. It was commissioned by the Executive and Executive Minister. So I suppose the businesses might expect there will be a specific executive policy response, but if I'm understanding it, the immediate response is to forward it to the Treasury.
Yes, it came in light of, it came in the wake of, I believe, the October budget, and was commissioned by my predecessor, and it was to examine the implications of the decisions taken in Westminster. It is becoming increasingly difficult, if not impossible, for the Executive to mitigate against the decisions that are being made in Westminster. The decades of underfunding and new decisions that are being made are putting more and more pressure on executive budgets. So the idea that the Executive is going to be able to respond to with financial assistance to Westminster decisions, I don't think is any further is any more plausible. And I've also give a copy of the report to my executive colleagues, and for them to pursue in relation to their own departmental priorities and their own departmental policies, and how they responded will be decisions for individual ministers. But as collectively, the executive isn't in a position anymore to financially respond to Westminster decisions.
I suppose the question might be from the business groups, what was the point in doing the thing if the immediate response is to say, number one, we're going to forward this, and that's not an illegitimate thing to do, by the way, to ensure, to share the information with the Treasury, but number one, to share it with the Treasury, reiterate the message that we disagree, and I think most of us would disagree with many of the decisions made, but then two, say, we feel we don't have the power to do anything. So, for example, the cost of doing business review touches only very briefly on rates, which is in the power of yourself as Finance Minister. Is there any action relating to rates that you will be taking on foot of the cost of doing business review?
Just to clarify, I'm not saying we don't have the power to do things.
Yeah.
We don't have the financial capability.
Yeah.
To do things, which is different. And as I mentioned in my remarks, and you'll be aware, we are going through a series of rates reviews at the moment, and will continue to do so over a period of time. And that will be in line, and the response to that will be in line with the programme for government, and ensuring that we do have broadening our tax base, that we are creating jobs, that we are sustaining jobs, that we are building up businesses moving forward. So there is a response to the needs of businesses and our economy. But the point I'm making is that decisions made in Whitehall, and the report shows this, can have a more detrimental impact here than they have elsewhere. And if Whitehall are going to make those decisions, then there's a responsibility on Whitehall to respond to those decisions.
Okay, again, I don't disagree with that. I suppose that the question is then, what's the specific policy response? If we agree that this place doesn't have enough money, we would welcome more resource, acknowledging the fact that last year was a record in terms of allocation from London, albeit we know this year isn't good. We know the years before were constrained, and the years after will probably be constrained too. But are you drawing any conclusions as Finance Minister from saying we have this challenge from Westminster and Whitehall, but decisions made here, I need to take more responsibility for more revenue raising here and more powers to chart a different course? Is that in your thinking? Those
are all in train in terms of looking at revenue raising, looking at how on budget sustainability is central. And you will note during my comments that my officials are already engaging with other departments around their 5-year sustainability plan. So the cost of doing business report is a study which informs us of the way forward. And as I said earlier, I'm not saying we don't have the powers. What I'm saying is we don't have the fiscal weight to respond every time Whitehall makes a decision.
Fair enough. So when will there be because I suppose a sceptic, and obviously I'm not, I think we're all healthily sceptical. I won't say that I'm cynical. Hopefully as chair of this committee and other jobs I have to be sceptical, that there are a lot of reviews happening. There is, and I'm trying to take a note of them. We have the budget sustainability review, and we might come on to talk about some of that later. We have the budget improvement work, and they seem to be kind of overlapping with one another. We now have heard of something more recently, which we might ask about later, which is the strategic income review. There's the strategic rates process. There's the cost of doing business review, which has just happened. There is obviously the public sector transformation work, and there's the fiscal framework work. Now, obviously, several of these overlap and interlink with one another. I suppose if one was being sceptical, one would ask, lots of that feels like possibly very necessary preparatory and review work, but when will it lead to a specific policy direction from the executive that says we are going to take this decision to, for example, attempt to devolve this tax or whatever else? I suppose what I'm asking, when do we see the output from all these reviews?
Well, last month the executive published its budget, and the budget was approved by the executive. Later this month we're going in front of the Assembly with that budget. The month, or perhaps earlier in April again, I can't remember if it was April or March, the executive published and approved its programme for government. The nature of government is that there will always be reviews carried out, but I accept the point that you can't constantly review things, and I don't think we are. All of these are feeding into a strategy, and that strategy is dictated by the programme for government. And I think the cost of business review is an evidence report. It will assist us in deliberations and other departments in deliberating as they're moving forward. So I've emphasised this, if I come in the department, I'll be making my decisions based, it'll be data-driven, evidence-based. The cost of doing business report is another report to add to that evidence base.
Okay, just to summarise, if I was to go back and look at the Budget Sustainability Plan, which is a document that was published, I think, last autumn, now that was often talked up as a kind of big piece of work that was going to lead to significant policy decisions in terms of revenue raising. But the annex table this is the revenue raising that had to be done by the executive as part of the restoration plan, included things like car parking charges. Now that was not proceeding with something that was in a private member's bill that was suspended for a year. It included things like regulatory income from the Environment Agency, like operating it with inflation. So that was counting as revenue, basically operating with inflation. Regulatory fees, similar with AFBI, who obviously provide services to farmers and agri-businesses. Similar with Ordnance Survey maps, who I presume sell maps to conveyancing solicitors and developers and the like. What would you say to the suggestion that a lot of this is kind of marking time, and a lot, for example, that Budget Sustainability Plan simply was just a process of scoring stuff that was routine operating inflation and didn't represent anything genuinely ambitious?
Well, as I said, I think, and I've said this, my policy should be driven by evidence and database. So I think it's important that whether it's my department or any department, understands its capability of raising its own revenues. And in some instances, you can point to areas where departments were charging for services and those charges hadn't increased in X amount of years. So I think before we introduce new taxes or new levies, that we're fully utilising the revenue raising powers we have. We understand exactly what those revenue raising powers are, and moving forward. You failed to mention that the executive also increased rates.
Yeah.
So which is a substantial intervention, 5% and 3%, 5% for domestic properties and 3% for non-domestic properties. So that was a strategic intervention by the executive as well. So the executive has been making the necessary decisions around these matters, but I suspect if I came before this committee and we hadn't carefully, and departments hadn't carefully examined the revenue raising powers they already had, I would rightly be open to criticism.
Well, I don't think anyone could accuse your department or the executive of under-examining things to do with rates, and that brings me on to this subject. Now I know there's a strategic rating review and there's a roadmap and there's various other things. You must by this point have a clear idea of what you want to do with the rating system. Your predecessor consulted on various measures, the NIO consulted on measures, the department consulted on measures at the instruction of the NIO. This has been consulted on, I'm trying to look for an analogy, it's been consulted on quite a lot, pretty comprehensively, shall we say. You must, Minister, by now know what you want, what changes you want to make to the rating system.
I want to make sure that we have a rate system that is fair, equitable and progressive, and that fits in with the department's or the executive strategy through the programme for government to increase our tax base, to create new jobs, sustain new jobs, and invest on what matters for most for people. So that's the overdriving strategy. We have already completed the consultation on the first two issues in relation to business rates relief and sorry, what's the second one?
Yeah, the CAP's already complete and the early discount consultation.
Early discount
for this
yes.
year, small business rate relief and non-domestic.
Non-domestic. So, for instance, take a look at the non-domestic rates issue. I want to ensure that the non-domestic rates issue isn't leading to further dilapidation in our town centres, for instance, or in our city centres. Is that 50% discount a hindrance to investment, whereas once it might have been seen as to encourage investment? So I think we need to take and we are going to take a look at that to see how we use that rating policy to ensure that we are driving forward investment, whether it's the reopening of buildings for businesses, whether it's the reopening of buildings for housing or for other uses. But I am going to have to be reassured that the 50% discount is doing what it's supposed to do. And I think when you look around some of our high streets and some of our villages and some other areas, you would say to yourself, that policy is having a detrimental impact on our society.
When is this going to be? When are these changes going to be in front of the executive for agreement then?
Well, as my legal duty is, we have to consult.
Some of those have been consulted on already. So, for example, some of the changes have already been consulted on. The domestic cap, I presume, is going to be brought before the executive soon.
My officials are currently analysing the 800 responses to those, and I would like to have a paper before the executive in the summer. I think you're right to suggest that movement needs to be moved on these things, but I'm keen to do that. And I also want to send out a clear message that the rates policy and this initiative around reviewing the rates policy can create real change. And it's a driver not only in terms of collecting the rate, but also in driving forward policies which improve people's lives.
Okay. I need to bring in colleagues in a sec, but just want to briefly say on fiscal devolution, is there going to be a paper before the summer on increased fiscal devolution? My
priority thus far, and in fairness, my predecessor's priority, was that we had to stabilise public finances, get to the budget, get a budget out, and then deal with the spending review. We have stabilised public finances. That doesn't mean that public finances are at the level we would like them, but they're stable. Okay. We have produced a budget. I am involved in discussions almost on a daily basis with my officials around how we approach the comprehensive spending review. I met the Chief Secretary of the Treasury during the Easter break. I met the Secretary of State this morning. And once we have the spending review over the line, my next objective is to bring a paper forward or look at how we advance fiscal devolution, because I think it is a crucial lever in improving the lot of the people we serve.
Well, the Fiscal Commission reported 4 years ago now, so we are, and obviously we were collapsed as institutions for them. So your view is that you do want to see greater fiscal devolution, and you do, and does that mean more powers or enhanced powers, or are there specific areas that you think we should be looking at?
Well, I want to see all powers. Would be my ambition.
Obviously, you and I obviously want constitutional change, but that's
you can have that ahead of constitutional change as well. But the Welsh and the Scottish took years to achieve this, and
years at it now as well, surely.
Well, the institutions have been down for a while. We have faced unprecedented challenges in the time past. I will study the Fiscal Commission report. I will talk to my officials. I will move ahead with a proposal on how we devolve more, and I accept it's going to have to be done in stages. Decide which are the priority areas to bring forward for devolution.
Okay. I don't think you'll be accused, Minister, of rushing. I have to say, I don't think your department's going to accuse you of rushing this, but that's fair enough. Just a couple of brief.
In fairness,
well, I do need to.
I think anybody who's sitting in the chair I'm sitting in should have and has a reasonable argument when they say they followed the path we have followed.
Okay, so you have the Holtham review. Is Holtham recommended more than 124?
It's in draft form at the moment. I'm not in a position to make a public announcement about it. There is still engagement with the professor, and the department is
test his assumptions. Are you questioning his assumptions, or are you not questioning?
No, we're doing what any department would do when they receive a report. We are checking it against departmental knowledge and ensuring. And Professor Holtham is an expert in this field, but he too would also expect us to check that document. That's what
So
we're doing.
You're checking the document. When will it be published?
Professor Haltham has still some work to do. I would expect a finalised report perhaps next week. I want to take time to analyse that, and then I will publish it.
Will it be before the spending review?
Oh, most definitely. It'll be throughout this process, my officials have briefed Treasury. I give the Secretary of State a briefing this morning on it because
you need to be factored into the spending review. Surely you want.
Yes.
If he's saying it's higher than 124, then you are saying before you're giving us a settlement for the next 3 years, you need to know that this guy says it's high.
I can assure you that the Treasury has been kept briefed on this. The Secretary of State was briefed on it this morning on the basis that I want him to be sitting around the cabinet table defending our corner. And in fairness, the Secretary of State has given that commitment.
Final one from me, I'll bring in colleagues. Water Minister, you were Infrastructure Minister for a year, now you're Finance Minister. If we accept, for the purposes of this discussion, that you don't want water charges, I don't want water charges, that the Executive's not going to reduce water charges, okay? And we're not going to, if you and your colleague are ruling out mutualisation on that basis, so that's not happening, okay? Just for the purpose of having a proper conversation. I presume then you are going to provide a more generous multi-year settlement in terms of capital, with NI Water getting the first call on capital and an increased budget over the course of the next number of years, because that would appear to me the only plausible alternative to some other funding model for NI Water. Is that what's going to happen whenever we get our...
You would be making a fundamental mistake then as Finance Minister if you were to follow that path.
Okay.
Because the Finance Minister has to sit down and look at all departments, all functions of departments, and how you move forward in terms of your programme for government. So to simply say because it's a political catchphrase or it may catch media attention or whatever it may be, it would be a fundamental error of judgment to do what you suggest. Just simply sit down and look at whether it's NI Water, whether it's TransLink, whether it's health, whether it's whatever it is. You have to, and this is the responsibility a minister takes on, you have to look at them in their entirety and then make a decision on how funding moves forward.
Of course we look at things in the entirety, but we also look, so for example, NI Water, there is almost political consensus now that NI Water, whatever about the internal issues in the organisation that have been discussed, Northern Ireland has historically underinvested in its water. Lough Neagh, part of your constituency abuts onto, is becoming an open air cesspool. Frankly, it's ecological catastrophe. Belfast Lough is getting worse. Development cannot be built. This is a huge economic, ecological, social issue for this society. I don't think it's mad, surely, to simply say, well, if we're not going to do mutualisation, if that's ruled out, and if that's fair enough, there has to be something. Is that not a reasonable statement?
There is something. NI Water is directly funded from public funds. This suggestion that there's no plan around NI Water is, quite frankly, ridiculous. There is a plan. The Executive has made a conscious decision to fund NI Water from the block grant. That is a decision the Executive has made. And
that's just more the same with respect. That's just
no, with respect.
Unless you're saying we're going to give it specifically a larger increase than we have in the past.
You see, but as I said to you previously, when you're looking at a 3-year spending review, and I will be making recommendations to the Executive on a 3-year budget, I can't simply pull out A and say we're going to concentrate on that without looking at the entirety of the public spending profile moving forward. I will be looking at the entirety of the public spending profile working forward. I will be judging that against the programme for government, and I'll be making recommendations to my Executive colleagues. But to suggest that there's no plan around NI Water or no funding around NI Water simply doesn't stack up.
There may be funding, not there's a plan, but I'll bring in Diane for side.
Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister, for joining us, and along with Nate and Joanne, who worked really well with us here at the committee. Just want to thank them, and thank you for letting us engage with us so often in committee as well. Just on the cost of doing business piece, I just had picked it up yesterday evening and I had a run through it. It's a good detailed piece, but it's not really bringing anything that we weren't expecting, but it's a good sound piece of research there, raising really important points to local businesses. And just to build on the point that was already made, what exactly will what will be progressed within this mandate that's within your control and your department's control? Will we be seeing tangible proposals on rates reform, non-domestic vacant property relief and small business rates relief within this mandate?
Yes, we're carrying out consultations across a number of those areas because the business sector has come forward and said those are areas that we want to look at. But it also has to be emphasised, without preempting the outcomes of the review, the consultations on executive decisions, a review doesn't mean cuts to rates, because every time we cut a rate, we're having to find money elsewhere, and we can't always find money elsewhere to substitute that cut for public expenditure. Now, and I'm not ruling out cuts to certain areas. I'll wait to hear the evidence coming into me and analyse it. But if you look at the non-domestic rating issue, where there is currently a 50% reduction, I think that is having a detrimental impact on our high streets, villages and cities. The solution there may be to return to 100% rates and stimulate either bringing those properties back into use, whether it's housing or businesses, stimulating the regeneration of those properties, and we may have to look at other ways to support businesses to do that. But it's a very clear example of where a well-intended policy hasn't had the intended consequences that I think it was introduced for in the first place.
Thank you, Minister. And in your remarks so far, you mentioned how, as Finance Minister, you're sitting centrally and you're trying to balance everybody's financial requests alongside the programme for government. And I just want to speak in terms of the accountancy profession within the Northern Ireland Civil Service. And I know from previous session, Joanne's heading this up. As Finance Committee, we're keen to work with other committees to make sure that everyone's getting into the detail and understanding the budget process. And I just want to ask you, in terms of the accountancy profession within the civil service, do you see a position where that should be an isolated function in terms of the way the economists would be, where Joanne or someone within your department would head up the accountants, assess the need across the entire sector and rotate people in terms of need, or whichever departments seem to have specific needs at particular points?
I'll bring Neil in on a point, on a more detailed point in this, but an overview of, and maybe it's just a term of phrase used, I don't think economists are isolated from the departments. They're an integral part of the department and part of the advice and information that is given to ministers on analysis of policies. But I don't know if you have a view on.
It's a really good point. Our people strategy that we might touch on later, one of its components is a review of all professions, and we are examining that question about how professions are best run, what the role of a head of profession would be, how they can look at the skills, the training, the redeployment, and that modernising of our workforce into a professional structure with the right training, development and the proper roles and responsibilities for heads of profession is something that we're looking at. Models elsewhere, examples like you cite here about statisticians or economists or other areas. So we're taking a fundamental look at our profession structure, we're taking a look at the role of the heads of profession in that work, and we're looking with the imminent arrival of, forthcoming arrival of integrating the new systems, having a new structure for how our service is codified, making it then much easier to run competitions, to provide appropriate training, because the truth of the matter is, across a number of professional areas, we are really struggling to be an employer of choice in a way that we might have been historically. And that means restating what the value proposition is to come and work in public service, and providing the right training and development, including to many of our existing staff who perhaps will be looking at a retraining or a new opportunity. So giving clear guidance to all professions within the service. And we have new policy work on retention and recruitment allowances as well, so that we can look at where it is that we may or may not be able to attract the talent that we need. So I would encourage you we have an individual sponsor for each of these. So the reviews of professions work under Dennis McMahon is one to keep a close eye on, because that's certainly the direction of travel that we're heading on that.
No, as Neil says, so obviously as head of the finance profession, I'm engaging with that review, and I think you make an important point. The economist profession is structured differently from the accountant's profession, and that's something that will be considered as part of that review. But even if that doesn't change, I think we're on a trajectory to do more now to bring the accounting and the finance profession as a whole together. Greatly, we have finance profession conferences. We're looking at giving staff the opportunity to rotate between roles and gain that experience. So we're still sort of in early stages of that, but I think regardless of the outcome of the review, there's a direction of travel which will see a more coherent finance profession going forward.
Thank you very much. And Minister, I just wanted to ask in terms of public procurement. I sit in the Public Accounts Committee also, and the recent report into public procurement, it was quite a lot of significant points being made, with £2 billion being spent every year, obviously, on goods and services. And I just wonder, have you got plans to reform public procurement, given the recent increase in delegated limits and in response to?
I have quite a comprehensive document. It's either with executive colleagues or will be shortly issued to executive colleagues in relation to the way ahead for procurement. And it reflects on the many reports that there has been in recent times and maybe not so recent times in relation to procurement exercises and processes and how we can improve on it.
Thank you. And just sort of finally from me, with the role fallen within the Department of Finance in managing civil service HR functions, I just wanted to ask, in terms of 25-26, have you an idea of the quantum of the sick leave for the year?
I don't know if this Neil may have the information in regards to that. I suspect it's collected departmentally rather than centrally, but maybe related to that. Do you want to say?
Yes, we'll have quite a bit of work coming on sickness absence. We've got NISRA colleagues looking at some of the data. Members and others have asked questions about just trying to understand sickness figures a little better. You would imagine with our workforce demographic, we have certain groups in our workforce that average age is much older than it would be, say, for example, in private sector comparators, and therefore likely to have an impact on overall sickness rates. The data very clearly speaks to stress, anxiety, mental health, looking at that against things like vacancy levels and whether the level of stress and whether the level of pressures is perhaps influencing that. So we're doing a more focused approach to understanding sickness levels. Alongside the strategy and our enabling actions within it, we will also have more regular dashboard reporting, which we'll make available to the committee as well, tracking all of those measures. But I think, as you'll hopefully see in the strategy, it's trying to be an empathetic and inspiring we won't deliver good public services without good public servants. So we need to have their health and well-being at the heart of what we do. That level of understanding will help us provide the right type of interventions. We've already shortened the time significantly, and I know Catherine and her team are up in the coming month, and I'm sure she'll welcome engaging with you on this. We've shortened the time to get to occupational health appointments and to get the right interventions when we need them. We're looking at hotspots to see if we can understand why they're appearing in certain places. But I think without the right analysis, it would be a very crude measure to think of, for example, a target around it when we don't understand. Is it because of the age structure? Is it because of the vacancy levels? Is it something that's appeared more recently? How does it compare and benchmark to other jurisdictions? So we're getting some ongoing work from NISRA on that. We will have a specific action within the strategy around it, and you'll see much more proactivity and database and dashboards and monitoring that the committee will be able to look at.
And in terms of the HR function within the Northern Ireland Civil Service, just Minister, are you taking any steps to ensure that the policy within Northern Ireland Civil Service HR is compliant with the UK Supreme Court ruling on the legal definition of a woman?
I will be awaiting the outcome or the report from the Equality Commission before any further action is taken in relation to the Supreme Court ruling, and I think that is the sensible way forward. I think in terms of Neil's comments around the statistics, and simply not looking at the statistics around sick leave for civil servants is vitally, vitally important. And sometimes, understandably, they attract headlines, but we have to get beyond the headlines and understand why we have the sickness levels we have within our workforce, and delve down deeper into them to understand how we help resolve some of those cases, and some of the cases are long-term sick leave for serious ill health, etc. And we have to be supportive of those colleagues. I have to put on record, I find the vast majority of our civil service dedicated, hard-working public servants who are stakeholders in this society, who live in this society, who want to do the best for this society. And in many instances, they work under very, very high-pressure jobs and occasionally come into the public eye. And while we, as elected representatives, have presented ourselves to the public eye, civil service don't necessarily ask to be in the public eye. So I think we have to approach this issue around sick leave in an empathetic way, in a way which gets to the bottom of why we're at those levels, and be not only robust in terms of response to that, in terms of ensuring that all proper processes are being followed, but also ensuring that we aren't adding to it.
Minister, if I may, just some point I should have made on that is an important structural change around the new people plan, and the way that's set up is with individual departments and individual perm secretaries taking responsibility for certain areas, recognising that it's almost you need to own the strategy to want to deliver change. It's not something that can simply be done from the centre. DOF can't do it onto others. So we've had permanent secretaries, myself included, providing videos for our staff to talk to them about how we want to understand the issues, try to be as helpful, as proactive, as ahead of the curve as we can at understanding where pressure points come. We've had huge positive feedback to things like our support around bereavement issues, for example, which again reflects the age demographic of our workforce, been really oversubscribed in terms of the feedback that we've got from staff saying this has been hugely valuable. And that type of empathetic understanding needs to be owned in departments, as well as us providing the right policy framework and the right supporting mechanisms. And I think that's quite a small but an important structural change, is with each permanent secretary owning the responsibility for the delivery within their department, with the tools that we as a central shared service supply, but actually owning their own department, because the issues are different, whether you have Department of Justice from you have a different type of workforce, a different age profile, different skill set. So the issue may not be exactly the same, and probably not best delivered by some sort of central targeting system, but there is a personal responsibility for each, including myself as an accounting officer, understand, sympathetic, empathetic, the right policy environment, the right interventions, and the right reporting and accountability for that.
Thank you, Neil. That's really welcome response, because whenever I've asked a lot of questions around it, most departments come back with that's the responsibility of the Department of Finance's shared service, so it'll be good to see that progress, and thank you.
Although I think we will want to unpack that, because there clearly is a need for central target at Gemma Dolan's next.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all very much for coming in. And I know, Minister, you've given a comprehensive overview of what the department is going to do in the future, but can you give us an update on what legislation the department's going to bring forward?
Well, you'll be aware of the baby loss on stillbirths bill, which the committee's already scrutinising and has had a second phase. Sorry, 1 second. We're also bringing forward the Marriage and Civil Partnership Bill, and the financial provisions bill, and the Fiscal Council bill is being brought forward at this stage.
Okay, thank you. I want to keep us busy. Thank you, Chair. That's all right. That's all from me.
Okay, we're still hoping on track to get the Fiscal Council and financial provisions bill before the summer, do we think?
I'm still working to that timeline.
Okay, Carol.
Thank you, Chair and officials. Minister, civil service AO applications. I don't know, Joanne maybe, or Neil maybe best. I'm aware of at least 2 individuals who tried to complete the interview process, and there were basically 2 technological issues is the best way to describe it. There was also an issue last year. I think Joanne was briefing us on that last year, if I remember correctly. So is there something on the department's radar? How wide is the problem? Are you aware of it?
Yeah, happy to answer that. Thank you. Yes, the competition is nearing its completion. You are right, we've used new technology platforms. We have had some feedback of that, as you would expect on any new innovation. We're taking the learnings from that. We will be able to update you fully on what lessons we've learned as to whether the platform worked effectively, and we have had some feedback which we're looking carefully into about individuals who have had some challenges on the system, although it's a quite widely used system. I would say it has been quite a mammoth undertaking, as it always is. We had 10,000 applicants for the AO competition, which is roughly akin to the size of Downpatrick. So a significant amount of applications to process to make sure they're all handled fairly and equitably. We have a ton of paperwork to do to get all of those applications scored and that paperwork back. It's existing staff. You know, it's almost a sort of it's a tough situation to find yourself in. You're having to step out of the day job where you're desperate to get vacancies filled, but you have to take the time out to do all of the panels, fill in all the paperwork. Where we've had some delays in getting that paperwork back, we're bringing in external panel members to help us to try and bring that forward, and we're very hopeful that we will be bringing forward that merit list in a matter of weeks, or certainly during this month. We're sorry it's taken a little bit longer than we'd hoped. And I would say with any new methodology, which we need to do, we need to innovate, we need to find ways to make our recruitment faster, more efficient, more effective. There are learning points, and this will be our second run using a digital platform. And we will definitely be taking some learnings and we'll bring them back to the committee.
I appreciate that. And Neil, and is it the same system that was used last year?
Yes, we used the same one. We felt we'd maybe, there are some other products available, so we're certainly investigating that too.
What is that, sorry? What is the system?
I don't know, I would get the wrong, I can get that for you. I don't want to be misquoted. Being used in other jurisdictions, but there are a number of platforms available now. I mean, not for another time, I'm sure, but the philosophical question about how you recruit is changing hugely now with what technology brings. How applications will be filled in and how they will respond.
Nobody's sort of arguing against technology, but it was an issue last year. Possibly not more people impacted last year, possibly less this year. But there's obviously a trend, so keen to kind of tie in on that, and appreciate if you share that information with the committee. Am I correct in saying these applications, these interviews, took place in August? And I think individuals were told they'll be told by the end of April. I mean, that seems to be a really long time, almost a year for an interview, and then they'll be told whether they got a job or not. I mean, I don't know any other jobs and really where people would put their life on hold for a year. I mean, is that correct?
Yes, and it comes back to that sheer volume of 10,000 trying to do them in the way that we do. We have one of our enabling actions in the plan is to absolutely look at ways to maybe concertina that down. Simultaneously, we've been running a lot of other professional competitions, which can be done, you know, if you're only trying to fill 10 or 15 vacancies, you can run that a little bit swifter and faster. As the Minister said in his opening remarks, about 3,000 vacancies filled this year. If that was a company in Northern Ireland, it would be in Northern Ireland's 20 biggest companies. So it's a volume of recruitment that places huge strain on, you know, my department's under the same financial pressures as others. So it is a lengthy point of time, and we're very sensitive to that, and we're looking at ways to try and have a little bit more pace around that in terms of what technologies we use, how quickly we can do the feedback, how many panel members we need. There's a whole programme of that, and I would encourage you to, when Catherine's up, to speak to her a little bit more in detail about that, because we have a whole swathe of Colin Boyle, Permanent Secretary in Department of Communities. Given his HR background, he's taken the lead as the sponsor for improving recruitment. So Catherine will be able to speak to that.
One person in particular who went through the HR Connect and the process they were advised to, but couldn't complete the interview in retrospect, if that makes sense. Where do I direct that person to go to? Is it through the department or?
Yes, coming through there is. I'll make sure you get the right details. I do not quote the wrong HR email, but I'll get that to you.
And Minister, obviously, in terms of you mentioned Whitehall decisions and financial decisions, obviously there's been a litany of terrible ones over the last year, to put it mildly. I mean, Keir Starmer appears to be backtracking over certainly some of the PIP, the personal independence payment cuts, which were shocking, because he obviously electorally took a bit of a hammering in the council elections. I mean, would it be your assessment, Minister, that now should be the time to launch a counter-offensive, a challenge, a rebuttal of the current economic strategy of the British government, and if so, what would be your plan to try and push back on that?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean in the sense of a challenge. We challenge British government decisions on a daily basis. The executive has taken significant steps to rebut decisions taken in Whitehall. We spend quite a significant amount of public funds in relation to mitigating against decisions taken by Whitehall in relation to the previous set of welfare cuts. Our refusal to privatise water is a rebuttal of Whitehall Department's policies. We have steadfastly stood against the privatisation of large sections of public sector jobs, public transport, just to name a few. So the executive has made decisions which are counter to what has been seen as policy in London for this last 15 years. And I think those decisions were the right decisions to make, and we should continue with those. So there's no better rebuttal than doing things differently than others are doing.
Okay. I mean, the previous finance minister, who obviously and a different one, I asked her several times of whether she's raised specifically the need for wealth taxes, and she gave a general commitment just for a fair system, and you would say something similar, but I'm unclear whether she or you have actually raised the demand for wealth taxes. And just a final on that point, in terms of devolving corporation tax, would you be of the opinion devolve it to increase corporation tax?
The devolution of corporation tax at this stage is unaffordable. So it's a moot question. It is simply unaffordable. Because whatever cost is lost to the Treasury as a result of the devolution of corporation tax, the executive has to pay. So considering that we are hard pressed at this moment in time to fund public services, I don't see any opportunity at this stage to devolve corporation tax.
Devolve to increase?
Well, devolve to do anything with it. So it is.
You're opposed to devolving at this stage?
We can try and trick each other and try and trip each other up around this matter. The devolvement of any tax has to be to the benefit of the people we serve. So to devolve a tax at this time, which we could be losing out on, and you could devolve it to increase it, yes you could, but there's no guarantee that you're going to get the return you expected from that. So any loss to the exchequer, the executive would be forced to pay back.
Okay, just quickly moving on, Minister. In terms of the Public Sector Transformation Board, if I'm correct, I think there's 3 members on it at the minute. We're at the,
yes.
Oh wait, yeah. I think they're all very capable people, but all from a civil service background and high up in the civil service. Are you concerned that there's no sort of diversity of experience from those individuals who are very able, very capable, come from the same pool, if you will?
I hope to be able to make additional appointments to the Transformation Board in the time ahead. And you're right, the people who are on it are very, very capable and have shown so in relation to the most recent funding allocations that were delivered and how they managed that process in quite a tight time scale as well. But I hope to be in a position to make further announcements about appointments to the board in the short time ahead.
And just finally from me, I mean, obviously, it was referred to earlier on, but has your Department of Finance had any complaints or concerns from members of the civil service who are maybe trans or non-binary, concerned about the toxic level of debate quite often in society, but quite often in this place with some recent debates? Or are you aware of any of that data or information?
Neil may want to come in on this. I haven't received any to my inbox yet, but I am sure there are many people who feel uneasy in relation to some of the discussion that has been going on the terminology and tone of some of the discussions. I don't intend to take any actions ahead of advice from the Equality Commission, and I wait to see that advice.
Nothing specific into me, but our network and Jill Min on that, and we've communicated out to staff to reassure them of the welcome and inclusive nature of the service, and Jill and the team there will continue, and they may, I don't want to say we haven't had any, but they haven't come personally to my inbox either.
That welcoming message is important. Thank you.
Okay, Deirdre Hargis next.
Yeah, no, thanks very much, John, Joanne and Neil, for coming in. I suppose, John, you had said at the start the priority over the last year or so has been around stabilising current budgets, and obviously there's been a lot of work done over the last year, so really from the executive got up and running again, particularly around public sector pay and that being prioritised in the early days, and obviously even within the renewed budget as well. We did surpass obviously the additional revenue that was part of the financial restoration package Also, as you say, there was the 120 million in the transformation fund that's been allocated, obviously with more projects to come forward before the end of this mandate. And also, you know, not to go in the context of austerity, and I suppose what this current British government are doing, you know, as part of the fiscal framework, there was the additional 24 million last year, and importantly, that commitment to look at the level of need, which is obviously the work that you're doing at the moment. So I think in the context of all the challenges, there's also been a lot of good work that has been done, obviously, you know, headed by your department and the officials within it. And I suppose one of the things, John, when you had come in to post around, you know, give a commitment that you would do things differently. Obviously, as part of this year's budget, there was the ring fencing of health spend, particularly the waiting lists, and that is a difference, you know, in approach. And I'm just wondering what impact you think that will make, and what opportunities in the context of, you know, getting a 3-year funding budget, looking at the 5-year departmental plans. What else could we be doing in terms of that difference in approach?
Well, I think in terms of the financial sustainability and financial making our budget stable has been crucial in terms of trying to allow us to plan on the way forward. I thought it was quite remarkable that on the day we agreed the budget, there was very little, if any, media commentary about it, which was remarkable in many ways. That such a strategic decision by an executive received so little commentary. That you could interpret a number of things into that, but the budget has been agreed, and I think the ring fencing, particularly of, and there was a number of areas we ring fenced. So the biggest amount was obviously to health, the 215 million. We ring fenced 5 million for investment in research into Lough Neagh, an additional 5 million there. There was additional ring fencing in relation to jobs and skills as well, and into special educational needs. So there was a strategic intervention from the executive around matters, but in particular the health, I think, was quite a strategic intervention, and I welcome the direction of travel from the Health Minister yesterday in his statement to the House around how he now plans to move forward in tackling waiting lists. I don't think without the executive making the decision to ring fence that money, that statement would have been happened yesterday, or the facilities wouldn't have been there for the Minister, in fairness to him, to make that statement. The executive had to make that collective intervention, and we're not going to resolve that issue in 1 year. I think that the Health Minister talks about 4 or 5 years. If the executive has to make that intervention over the next CSR over 3 years, then I think that would be a worthwhile way forward, because we can no longer allow people to languish on waiting lists for years upon years upon years, and that investment now is going to make a real plausible difference in people's lives. And so I think it was the right decision. The Health Minister was at pains yesterday to say he fully agreed with the executive's decision to ring fence the money, and we are now going, people who are sitting on a waiting list today with no hope now have hope.
Thanks for that. And I suppose just, I mean, that is the thing for me. It's around, and we have been having these discussions with your officials in terms of particularly the 5-year budget plan and looking ahead, that it's about the equality of outcome, not just the opportunity in terms of budgets. And I do think that specific ring fencing then around health shows that you can make a difference then if it's directed, you know, at the executive level. The other bit was just around then in terms of the budget and the CSR period, obviously the EU replacement funds, the community ownership fund that I've highlighted at this committee has been very good. There's only been one allocation obviously that happened just after the Westminster election last year, and it's just to see if there's been any more information coming from Treasury around another phase of those funds coming forward, because obviously they do have big impacts, particularly on our community and voluntary sectors here.
This is the Shared Prosperity Fund.
Yeah, Shared Prosperity.
We have had some correspondence with the department who's now heading that up for the government, and we have submitted a paper from the executive on how we believe that funding, the framework under which that funding should be delivered. It's worth noting that the Labour Party in its manifesto said that that funding should be devolved down to the institutions, and I think that's crucial. While I can see the benefits from the Whitehall Department, the attraction from the Whitehall Department coming in here and spending money, at times duplicates and overrides, well, it certainly overrides the authority of the executive. It can duplicate services, and it's not always in line with the priorities of the executive. So I think in terms of the next phase of the Shared Prosperity Fund, there needs to be devolved down to the institutions here. We know best the needs of the local community and how that funding should be committed. I am concerned of we're now running up against a tight time frame here. I have asked for a direct meeting with the Minister, I think it's Minister Norris from the Housing, Local Communities and Housing Ministry, to sit down and have a face-to-face discussion about this. I know Scotland and Wales have made similar views known that they would like to see this matter resolved as quickly as possible, but we do need a definitive way forward in this as soon as.
And I suppose it's just obviously the recent programme for government, just how you feel the budget that was agreed is meeting some of the commitments or targets contained within the programme for government for this year. And my other point just on the rating policy review, I would completely agree with you that we need to make sure that it's a fair system, and also at the moment, you know, current policies and how it's being rolled out is actually restricting, you know, in terms of particularly our towns and city centres. And I do think there's a huge opportunity in working with local councils in terms of rating policy going forward and redeveloping our towns and city centres, particularly housing, which hasn't been historically done, conflict and other issues relating. But I think there's a massive opportunity then with dereliction and unused premises that we could repurpose those. And just for that, you know, to form part of that policy review as well. I think there's a good opportunity to do it.
Yeah, no, I think it can be a strategic intervention. And in terms of the funding from the executive in relation to community involuntary, at the end of the day, it will be a decision for the Communities Minister how he uses his budget. And I accept there's also other departments that will have interventions and funding heading towards the community involuntary sector. And it's widely recognised that the community involuntary sector play a crucial role in the delivery of public services and the backup to absent public services at times as well.
Okay, Owen Tennyson is next.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. If I could just return to the needs-based factor and the negotiations with the UK Government. It's welcome that you have that report, and I respect that you won't want to say anything or make any announcements on that until your department has had a chance to go through it in detail. But you did mention that your officials have been engaging on an ongoing basis with the UK Government. So I'm just wondering if you could talk us through, I mean, what are the key points of contention or challenge, or even the key themes that your department is pushing back on to make a case to the UK Government that that should be higher?
Caution against the term negotiation in terms when you're dealing with the Treasury. And the Treasury, and I suspect it's probably the experience of many Whitehall departments, is a force of nature, and perhaps has its own power base, which many find difficult to get around. But we are pressing our case forward. We are making the cases around how this place is different from other places, in the sense of, in terms, particularly, for instance, let's look at agriculture. In terms of I think we produce 10 times the amount of food that we require here, but we produce it for these islands. So therefore we are, in some senses, for want of a better term, a breadbasket for these islands, and therefore we invest quite a significant amount of our black grant, and quite rightly so, in our agriculture and agri-foods industries. But I'm not sure that's necessarily recognised in terms of borne consequentials, etc. We have legacies from the conflict, both in terms of physical injuries from the conflict, from mental health injuries from the conflict. We have higher deprivation levels for a variety of reasons moving forward. And by that level of need, or a level of need, was proven during the Fiscal Council report. There's other those factors I think require closer examination, and Professor Halton has done that, and his report I think will give added impetus to the arguments we've been making to the Treasury.
Thank you, Minister. And I'm conscious, obviously, we're drawing an awful lot on the experience of Wales and the original Holtham Commission and its recommendations, which were designed largely in the context of Wales. So, and I've asked you this before, but I'm not sure I've ever got a satisfactory answer from you or your predecessor. Why did the department choose to go with appointing an individual to conduct a review over a short period of time rather than drawing on that Welsh experience and establishing a better resourced commission with a number of individuals and independent secretariat support, given, as you say, that Treasury is a big beast and it's very difficult to negotiate with?
Timescales, by and large. We are dealing with a deadline of the 11th of June. And that's when the announcement will be made. So Treasury will be locking itself down shortly to consider what that comprehensive spending review will look like. When we met the Chief Secretary of the Treasury, along with my Scottish and Welsh counterparts over the Easter break, he informed us that he was now entering a period of time where he was, I think it was 28 meetings or something he was holding with various Whitehall departments. So he was at the stage of gathering information from his department. So we wanted to make sure we had was set out in the interim fiscal framework, a credible, independent report to add to other evidence we had, and Professor Holtham, in fairness, was a star in that field. We're not following, well, the Welsh process proved beneficial because it persuaded the Treasury of their case. But in fairness, and you will see this when the final report's published, Professor Holtham has looked at us as a unique case. He has looked at our unique circumstances. He's taken on board the issues, some of the issues I have raised with you and others, and policing and justice being one as well. He's looked at them, analysed them, and he has drawn his own conclusions on those. So we're not simply saying, look, Wales, this was the example in Wales, and this is how life was in Wales, so we're similar to that. No, Professor Holtham says, no, this is life here. And I used his various equations, etc., which he would use. He's adapted them to our circumstances and he's reporting on that basis. But I think in terms of, and the draft report's very interesting. We also, I think this is going to be an ongoing conversation. You know, this is one of those conversations around funding that won't come to a conclusion on the 11th of June. I think there's further work that needs to be done.
Minister, if I may, just to complement Minister's comments there, we also had to think carefully about how that would be received in terms of a conversation with Treasury. As Minister said, with their bandwidth, the question was if it was a totally different methodology, the chances of having the bandwidth to go through that and agree it, given how long it took Wales, probably would have made that very unlikely. And our greatest fear was a cliff edge, was the fact that we would fall below a level of need, even if that's, you know, still to be absolutely nailed down as a number. And I think that was our greatest concern from an official's point of view, was that we needed a methodology that was not unrecognisable to Treasury to give us a chance of having a reasonable conversation in this time frame. But as Minister has said, you know, this will be the outworkings of the interim fiscal framework's mechanics of how it works. There's still a final fiscal framework to come. There's still conversations to take place in the future, and I'm sure when people see it, not everyone will think everything that makes this place unique will be captured. Indeed, Treasury probably won't. They will think there are counter arguments too. So it's also trying to think about something that was achievable in the timeframes that we had with the bandwidth at Treasury. So having a recognised methodology. The big fear for us, certainly at the official level, was that concern of a cliff edge, and that trying to get anything that we've talked about in this session today about strategic planning is impossible without some sort of reliable baseline from which you can operate. And that was the overriding fear, was that was still up for grabs. And that was a big factor in why we felt this was the appropriate scale of group. And I would also say, having some historic experience in this work, the work of the officials in looking at sharing all the detailed spreadsheets and methodological works with Treasury, with the Fiscal Council, has been, in my opinion, from my previous guise as an economist, has been exemplary, and I wouldn't have wanted any other officials on that work. The work of Aidan and his team, down to the very detailed, the sharing of the numbers, the engagement has been first class. I take the point. There may be other conversations to have, but it had to be one that could be landable in the time frame that we had for this spent review.
Well, that's helpful. Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Neil. Moving on then to the strategic review of rating cycle, maybe ask a couple of questions together just in the interest of time. There are three concerns that I primarily hear from businesses. First is that because the department's taken forward the review, it's not independent, and therefore there's a confidence issue in terms of any recommendations. The second is that it's over a 10-year period, so the economic environment may evolve in that time. A decision could be made early in the cycle that then you feel needs to be undone later in the process. And third, it's not holistic, because whilst businesses and households will be only claiming one relief, they may be eligible for multiple, and there may be an interrelationship there that isn't captured by taking those reliefs one by one. So I guess my question is, do you think that the 10-year rating cycle is quick enough, is urgent enough, and why did you not, or your predecessor not, opt for an independent arbiter to look at some of these issues?
Well, in relation to the last point, because we are elected to make decisions. That's our role. And of course, you have to use independent resources at time and independent analysis. And consultations gives the public and interested parties a huge opportunity to feed into the process. But I, as a minister, am appointed to make decisions, and that's my role. And as I said during my introductory remarks or comments, that I intend to make those decisions on data-driven, evidence-based. So the consultations will play a crucial part of this. Why over 10 years? Well, I'm prepared to look at the time scale as to how we carry these out, but Andrew and his team, there's 4 people, in Andrew's team, and Andrew's a walking encyclopedia of rates, in fairness to him. He and his team are very, very good. So I have to, when I'm sitting down with Neil and his senior team and I'm planning the forward work programme, I have to be cognizant of what we can deliver with the resources we have in front of us. But I have talked to the senior team about this. Now we've went through the first phase of the review. We've got our feedback back. What have we learned from that? Can we amalgamate some of these more? Can we do it in a shorter time frame? And we're engaging on that and see how we can do that. And it can also be responsive. So let's say it continues over 10 years. And the point that the businesses make, and it's a fair point, economies work in cycles and things change. So if you review rate issue A and you don't review it for not 10 years, that doesn't make sense. You can review rate issue A twice in those 10 years if you need to. And we haven't published a list saying, well, we'll do this year and not this year. We've been choosing them as we go along, but I think it has a flexible approach to it, and can be responsive, and we're always learning and moving forward, but I think it can be a responsive approach to it. And I can assure, whether it's businesses, whether it's domestic ratepayers, that we are in listening mode. But I also add to that rates pay for public services.
Thank you, Minister. And just one final question from me, and I've raised this with you before, and that is, of course, the cost of division. I've expressed a view that I think asking the Fiscal Council to have due regard to the cost of division would be one way to hold ministers accountable in terms of steps that they're taking to integrate our community but also our public services. You, I think, take a different view on that, but I guess my question is, if not that, what is your plan or your intention around the cost of division? Do you have any intention to address that issue over the next two and a bit years?
Well, it's not a case. My different view is this: that I don't think I should tell the fiscal or the council what their work programme should be. I think they have to remain independent, and they should decide on that. I think in terms of the cost of division, and again, without getting into over details, this we are in terms of, so you could argue, policing and justice in some other areas, well, many areas, if not all, within our society in terms of public administration can be affected by cost of division, and how that's counted in your calculations is part of the discussions we have internally. And I think, without preempting the final report, I think Professor Halton touches on as well.
I'll leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, you said it's not for you to tell the Fiscal Council. I mean, it is your officials writing the bill on the Fiscal Council at the minute.
Yeah.
They are writing the legislation which creates the Fiscal Council.
Yes.
I think it's fair to say.
Yeah.
So that point, is your job in that sense, I think, the department's job. Philip Brett is next.
Thank you, Chair and Minister. Thank you for your answer so far, clearly across your brief, very substantially. Just wanted to couple of issues. Firstly, just in relation to the report that landed with you yesterday last week, that was published yesterday on the cost of doing business. Were you surprised by any of the information that was included in it?
I don't think surprised. I don't think anybody will be surprised by it. I think the benefit of the report is that we have now an academic report which has been independently carried out, and we can present, as we've done, to Treasury and others about it. So I don't think there's any real surprises in it.
Who wanted to flag with you that was included in it. One is the Windsor Framework, highlights the impact of the Windsor Framework on the economy here in Northern Ireland, and the slowing of goods moving from GB into Northern Ireland is impacting upon our economy. And secondly is the proposed Employment Rights Good Jobs Bill by your colleague, Minister Archibald. So those are highlighted in this report as difficulties for business. Just keen to get your view on those.
I'm not sure the exact terminology they use.
So in relation to the Windsor Framework, there's a need to improve the flow of goods moving from Great Britain into Northern Ireland. The delay is resulting in goods having to be returned.
I know the thrust was just this term difficulties,
yes.
Just in terms of both. Yes, look, I think everybody recognises that impediments to trade cause difficulties, to use that term. And I think there is a responsibility on all stakeholders to ensure that impediments are withdrawn and that none of us present new impediments. What might seem as a good idea 8 years ago, hopefully is no longer a good idea. And I think we all have to approach it on the basis of how do we remove impediments to doing business. So let's do that. In terms of the Good Jobs Bill, I obviously have seen and read the report in relation to that. The Economy Minister is in listening mode, engaging with the various sectors. And I've no doubt, and as I've said, I've shared the report with all executive ministers, and I have no doubt the Economy Minister will take that with keen interest.
100%. Just in terms of the rates review, hopefully I'm not misquoting you, but you said you want to have a progressive and fair rating system. So is your view that the current system is neither fair nor progressive?
I want to assure myself that it is. If it's not, then we have to change it.
Okay, no, that's fair. And in relation to the Public Sector Transformation Board, 109-ish million left to allocate. How's the progress going in terms of the next tranche of that fund?
As I said, I would like to be in a position to go out to bids to departments in the early summer. Yes?
Yes, all being well, there's a piece of work going on by Public Digital at the moment, looking at the digital bids. Yes. And what's interesting there is understanding whether the mechanism we used to collate the bids was very effective for digital projects. Thinking in particular here of projects that might be proof of concept or more speculative, that perhaps aren't as easy to articulate the quantifiable benefits in a standard business case model. So they're doing a bit of work looking at those digital projects and seeing whether the way that we asked for those bids was the best way that you can for, let's say, more speculative is probably the wrong word, but bids that maybe can't fit the standard methodology we would use. So we're trying to get that piece of work to maybe inform how we would go out again. And we've been making sure the team and TEO and ourselves, making sure that departments are well briefed on feedback on the previous bids and things that, myself included, ways that we could maybe improve the bids that we might have from within our departments.
But I want to keep the momentum behind that, because I used the term earlier today. I was on the other side of the fence when the initial funding round went, and I seen how my officials in DFI reacted to it, and it did cause enthusiasm. And and there was actually, I suppose, like, in fairness, officials have been dealing with very, very difficult budgets and constraints over this last X amount of years. Institutions have been down. There was literally no good news. When they had an opportunity to say, look, we can do things differently here, they went for it. So I want to keep the momentum behind that.
And in terms of, you raised briefly earlier your hope to appoint additional members to that board. Are you thinking 1, 10, 20? How many?
I favour smaller organisations, so 2.
Yeah. And what skill set do you believe you're missing from?
I'm not necessarily. It's enhancing the skill sets that are there and bringing bringing new people on board and new sites. That I think the comment somebody had made in relation to the role from the civil service, was it Jerry?
Yes.
That's a fair enough comment. So I think we just want to broaden that out in terms of skill sets.
And what's the approval process for that? So within the draft term, or now the formal terms of reference, does that have to be approved by the NIO, your nominees to the board? Does it have to be approved by the executive? What's the...
I am engaging with the NIO around the appointments. I'm not sure of the term approval, but certainly an engagement, and I have a good working relationship with the NIO in regards to this matter. The same with the final terms of reference, and it is literally fine-tuning the final terms of reference. The appointment to the board will be my decision.
It will not be subject to either approval by the UK government or by the executive?
No, I don't think so.
No, I mean, as previously noted, all the decisions, the board is there as a mechanism to provide advice into the finance minister and subsequently through to the executive. So all decision making still is by the executive. It's just a vehicle to get the type of advice in the best way that we can with the right skill sets.
Perfect. And then finally, just for me, in response to Mr. Carroll earlier in relation to corporation tax, your view, although it is devolved in terms of being able to vary the rate, was that no point having that discussion, we don't have the public finances to do that. Why then, in response to the chair earlier, did you say that you're keen to bring a paper on fiscal devolution?
I think it has to be in the collective. There has to be a strategy behind the taxes you are devolving, when you devolve them, etc., and the consequences of devolution. So it's one tax area you're going to bring out, and without knowing fully consequences of that in other areas. So if we are going to devolve taxes, then look at them in the round and bring forward those that we can devolve in stages would probably be the best way forward. Fully understand the implications of them and make those decisions with your eyes wide open.
And is your view, so you want income tax to be devolved to the Assembly?
At some stage. I think at some stage. I think there's a huge opportunity here for us to increase our employment rates. And if we're increasing our employment rates, that income tax is not necessarily, might not see the benefits of that. So yes, I think income tax is one we should be looking at.
Thank you.
And in this mandate, would you intend to bring forward proposals in this mandate to devolve income tax?
I intend to bring forward proposals to devolve taxes in this mandate. I don't want to preempt anything I would bring forward at this time. But it is obviously one of those ones you would be high up the list.
Okay, we may come back to that, but I'll just let everyone get their speaking first. Paul Frew.
Yeah, thank you, Minister, and thank you very much for your time here. I know your time's precious and you're very busy, and your department's officials are very busy, so thank you for your time you're taking with us. It's really appreciated.
My official said he loves spending time with the committee.
More of it, Minister, more of it. 3 times, I think, in your answers, you raised the issue around the non-domestic vacant properties and how you think that that's not affecting change, or we need to do something on that to change societal behaviours. But yet, there was a chance under the 10-year review of rates to go with that first, but the department and your predecessor decided to go with prompt payment, early prompt payment discount, and the other one was the property cap, scale of properties. Did the department and your predecessor get that wrong with regards to going for them first?
No, I don't think so. It's about choices at the end of the day, and all these issues are deserving of scrutiny. And as you work your way through policies, you either evolve your ideas, you can change your mind on these things as well. So I don't think it's an either or. I think the decisions that were made were sound decisions. They are significant areas of the rates policy area. I have come in, had the opportunity to say that this already has been in process. I've had some discussions with officials, and I think the next step is where we go.
The 2 that we did select, or the department did select, were 2 of the most prevalent with regards to responses of the NIO consultation. And they were the two that garnered the most support and retention. Now, I know that the question that you're posing, your department's posing, is not retention or removal, but it's changing. But you did say that you've received 800 responses. Those NIO consultation responses received over, well, nearly 1,200 for both of those aspects of variation. So why do you think there's less people has responded to the department's consultation when it was on the specific issues and the changes as opposed to the NIO consultation?
I simply don't know, Paul. I'm not in a position to answer that question. I simply don't know.
Can you give us, I know you're still looking through the consultation ended, I think, at the end of April. It's less than 2 weeks ago. Can you give us any sort of indication for, out of those 800 responses, the levels of support for retaining the same levels of discount or for supporting a change?
I don't know if Neil or any, or Johnson, not do me, in terms of being able to respond in more detail. But on a broader response to that, consultations are not a ballot, you know, in terms of are you in favour, are you against. I see consultations as an opportunity, certainly for people to express their views and legitimate views, but also an opportunity for people to come forward with evidence that perhaps the department hadn't taken into consideration when it was deliberating on its original its proposal as well, and to look at aspects that may have not come to the department's attention beforehand. But have you any information in terms of the breakdown?
I haven't seen it yet, and it's loath as a public servant to predict, but looking at the consultations we've read previously, now you rightly point out they were a very binary one and not the sort of consultations you'd really want to use as policy choosing evidence. But nevertheless, generally speaking, responses are, you know, there will be a, if that's going to affect me, it will be not something that necessarily you'll be in positive around. Goes back a little bit to Owen's point earlier. In one way, that makes you think, well, you should look at them all in the round, but then it becomes so complex that nothing really gets changed. So we're trying to, as Minister said, not assess them in that binary way and try and see, is there any subtleties, is there anything we've missed, is there anything we've not captured, or indeed even the evidence about what benefit that particular relief brings. Thinking about the 10-year cycle, again from previously, one of the things the business community asked for is certainty. So one of the things we wanted to do as well was make sure that they weren't surprised by any review that was coming up. And that's why the roadmap's there to set out well in advance what's coming so that they can do whatever research they need to make sure they can put in the right evidence. That might be why you commit to keeping something for a longer period of time. You might think you want to review it frequently, but businesses will react if they know with certainty. So I haven't seen the figures yet from those consultations, but as the Minister said, what we're particularly looking for is, have we missed anything? Is there a piece of the story, perhaps, or an evidence piece that can be pointed to, a particular sector, a particular subset that maybe have been missed in our considerations? I think that would be the most important bit that we are looking for from that, and we will, of course, write up that consultation report and provide it to the Minister.
Thank you for that answer. Unpaid rates, Minister, December 2024, the level was 119 million up to that date in unpaid rates. What have you done since you've come into post to try and change that for the better, and have you seen progress?
I have engaged on a number of occasions with the rates people in relation to this matter, land property services around this matter, and it is a very complex area, and that figure was the figure at that time. When you dig down into those things, it's also important to look at how much of that figure is starting to be paid back. What are the players in place or the strategies in place to ensure that people are being returning and paying their rates as if everybody who can should do so. But we have to have almost a double overarching strategy in relation to this matter. We have to be robust in our approach, but we have to understand. And particularly when you look at the business rates issue, you know, we could very ruthlessly pursue businesses and put them out of business, or we can pursue, and I'm only using business as an example here, it's cases in terms of domestic properties as well, or we can pursue people and understand their circumstances and get to a point where we're agreeing a repayment plan. that allows them to retain their business and operate, and where the rates money is returned to the executive. So I will continue to engage with Land Property Services around this. It is an important issue because we do want to see as much income coming in as possible, but we also, as I say, have to be conscious of the impact that we can have on an individual or a business if we pursue a case without fully understanding the personal circumstances.
Understand, Minister. The rates bill human error that put out the incorrect URL codes, which affect a third of all rates bills. Would that human error have occurred if the department hadn't abandoned the rapid IT system?
Well, we have commissioned a review into it, and that'll look into the lessons learned, and I don't know if it'll conclusively respond to that decision, but I don't want to preempt the outcome of the review. It shouldn't have happened. It did happen, but I've also obviously engaged at length with officials about this matter. We are now of the view that in terms of risk, the risk was low. We have engaged with all the appropriate authorities about this matter. The site to which people will be directed to if they type that into their system is a registered site. It hasn't breached the terms and conditions of a site, so therefore it can't be taken down. We have received one formal complaint in this regards. Our calls to our helpline, etc., are probably on average around where they should be, and engagement with the staff would suggest that those calls are by and large about has my bill been paid, is the process going okay, etc. I'm not undermining or underplaying this in any way, but there doesn't appear to be significant alarm in the general public about this matter. But we will continue to monitor the situation. And as I say, how and why this happened is under review.
Not to cause further alarm, but how can you be sure that if human error caused the URL code to be incorrect, that the amounts on rates bills isn't incorrect?
Well, that would be generated automatically, would it not?
It would be, yes. And of course there are, even with the best systems, and we'll still have challenges, and there's a proper process for that if you feel if your valuation's wrong, and we have a reporting line for people to come in if they feel the bills have been entered incorrectly. I should say to the committee, as I have done to Minister, and publicly apologise for them. We're very sorry, and I'm sorry, personally responsible for the work of my department, for any distress or harm that it might have caused. But as Minister said, our evidence is that it's been fairly limited in impact. It is an unusual circumstance. You rightly point to the future digitisation journey. To still have a posted letter, that's certainly something one might imagine we wouldn't have in the future. But then that brings with it its own different cyber risks that have to be mitigated as well. So it's regrettable, and my full apologies for it. But on monitoring it, we don't think that the level of harm. We have about 50,000 calls coming in. Most of those are about has my rate been paid? Can I check it? We do have robust checking processes. I would say as well, when we've looked through it and we are doing a learning review, the level of checking is very particular about values, levels, personal data, stuff that's going on an individual's bill, as opposed to guidance of how to pay, which perhaps didn't have the same checking and typing in of everything. But we will report more fully on that. But although we're going in a different direction, and we're actually speaking tomorrow internally at our launch for the new strategy for LPS, and I know Sharon will be engaging with our officials with the committee, it's still not an abandonment of a digital future for LPS. It's couching it in a slightly different way to make sure we get the right type of technology that helps in the right way.
The rapid IT system was commenced on the 2nd of August 2021. It has cost so far 3.4 million capital and 1.2 million resource before it was abandoned. We've now seemed to have reverted back to the old Abacus system with improvements. Can you give us any detail around why we abandoned rapid IT system and why we're going to an old model with improvements?
I wouldn't want to speak with too much authority and leave that for Sharon and her team, but what I can say is, and it's a theme with IT projects in a way, the technology moves so quickly that very often, be it the supplier or indeed ourselves, there are lessons for us to learn in terms of how you specify a project. It's one of the great challenges in procurement of IT projects now. Do you nail down every deliverable so precisely, but then you can't vary from that, or do you give a level of flexibility that perhaps doesn't specify it as tightly as you might have thought? We've learned a huge amount during this journey about whether the technological offer that we had hoped we could have delivered would have been possible. It turns out there'd be much more significant work required on the database to make it suitable for that type of product. So what we've done instead is take a look at what were the benefits, what were the most important customer benefits that we thought were going to be delivered by the RAPID project, and are they deliverable within the Abacus system, which we do own and have the IP for. And we believe that the predominant benefits that the customer would see can be delivered within the system. So that's a decision that looks like a more appropriate, and that's the right thing that we should do. As we look through gateways and we review our projects, if we feel it's on the wrong trajectory, then pivot and do something else. But we've learned a lot of lessons about how to procure those type of projects going forward. It's not just in Northern Ireland. We all face that in terms of just exactly how can you specify a technological solution when almost before the procurement's done, the level of technology capability has changed, and even the platform you might do it in would be completely different. So it is something that we've learnt. One thing very particularly challenging for rates here is we're quite a small player globally, very small player, and therefore off-the-shelf projects, products don't really work because we have a very particular rates system and reliefs. But we're not really big enough to get a significant demand for people who want to develop that type of system, and that probably leads us to more of that development of the systems that we have.
Last question, Chair. Abacus was designed for the rates legislation nearly 20 years ago. The supplier itself, the incumbent supplier, own website states regarding Abacus that the rating system's significant changes have rendered LPS's rate collection software outdated and rigid, incapable of adapting to future reforms and meeting new requirements. How does that stand then with regards to us moving forward with Abacus with improvements?
Well, I think if we look at our own IT systems that we use every day, we could pick a lot of them that existed in some guise 20 years ago. So the question is, what a modernised Abacus looks and feels like, what can it do and what can it deliver? Its functionality is definitely dated now. But it's interesting, we actually get a lot of queries from elsewhere outside of this jurisdiction because of it being quite an effective system. I mean, it seems odd speaking about that after just clarifying the small error that we've had, but actually as a system in terms of getting bills out, getting it collected, bringing it in on time, we're often asked, could you devolve taxes? And people come to see the rate system that actually, relatively speaking, the amount collected, 93%, is actually quite an effective system. So is it the most up-to-date and modern? Isn't how you would design it from blank page? Probably not. But does it do the job? Does it get the 1.6? It does. So could it be better? Could it be more efficient? Yes, and Sharon will speak to that digitisation journey. But I think the question there is modernising the system with the functionality you would need may be the right answer rather than a whole new package.
Thank you very much for your answers. Thank you, Minister.
Okay. Thank you, members. We do have some time left, so if members have additional points, please do come in. Just a couple of points I just want to bring in, and then we'll, I think Deirdre, Diane and others have indicated that they wish to come in. Just, Minister, to go back to the point about health, you talked about the Health Minister's statement to the Assembly yesterday on ring fence and on waiting lists. Now, so you welcomed that statement. I presume you disagree with the Health Minister saying that you and your colleagues had performed, I think he used the phrase, three-card trick in relation to how you described the previous allocation.
I didn't hear the Health Minister use that terminology yesterday, in fairness to him. I thought that
in the past,
he has. Well, it's up to him to explain it. I did hear him say yesterday that he fully supports the executive's decision to ring fence that money.
Okay. So, all sweetness then, that's the relations are better. Then just on the subject of ring fencing more generally, you've said that you, first of all, you obviously support the ring fencing in year and 25-26 for waiting lists. You also indicated that you would support a longer term ring fencing, or you would be amenable to a longer term ring fencing of health spending. But earlier in the evidence, whenever I asked you effectively would you think about ring fencing the water budget, you dismissed that idea. You said that was the wrong way to look at it. What's the difference?
You asked me to prioritise capital for NI Water. what I'm talking about and what you've seen we've done, we actually ring-fenced the allocation from within the health department's budget. It was different from what you asked me. You asked me would I prioritise health or water spend ahead of looking at the entirety of the budget. I didn't make the proposal to ring-fence health spending without looking at the entirety of the budget.
Well, I think that's, if you forgive me, I think that's an extraordinarily Jesuitical point that will be lost on most people who are watching.
I don't think it will, in fairness. I think you underestimate the capabilities of the people who watch these committees.
I'm well aware of the analysis of people who watch the Finance Committee and the patients, but I think if what you're saying is it is legitimate to ring-fence spending on waiting lists, but it's not legitimate to ring-fence money to spend on water investment. That's what you've effectively said today.
Well,
and I don't
well you see,
why.
you're misinterpreting what I said, because we actually did ring-fence money to spend on water investment. So we have.
Well, you've said, whenever I said to you earlier on, would you look at effectively, now, I didn't use the phrase ring fence, I said prioritising. Ring fencing is a form of prioritisation because the money can't be spent on anything else. But prioritising water in terms of capital investment, you told me effectively no.
Well, you can go back and look at Hansard to see exactly what you said and exactly what I said. What you asked me to do was, as part of a 3-year spending round, was to prioritise water spending above everything else. And I said that would be a mistake without looking at all the spending areas within your budget. I did not prioritise or make the recommendation to the executive to ring-fence £250 million in the health budget without being acutely aware of what was happening across all the spending areas within that budget. I now have that experience, and as we approach a 3-year spending review, and I think that would be a wise way to go forward, to ring-fence funding to tackle our waiting lists, in the knowledge that I will have already done it once, and that I will have the knowledge of the entire spending programme.
I'm a bit baffled by that distinction builders need to get in. I have to say, I don't understand. But
well, you may not understand it. I understand it, and I suspect many of the people watching will understand it.
Well, perhaps. I just think people will see that it's fine to prioritise health. People know that our water's in crisis. They know our waiting lists are in crisis. I don't think they'll understand why we can ring fence one but not the other. But anyway, I need to come on the rates review. Now you talked about it being about the 10-year cycle. I mean, I think there's, I don't think any decision could possibly be made in the Department of Finance that is under reviewed at this point. And so I welcome the fact that you're very thorough about evidence, and that's good. But on the 10-year cycle, isn't it a bit, doesn't it lead businesses to think this isn't really a serious review? If it's going to, anything that takes 10, I mean, you could argue that virtually everything in every business and in many people's lives gets reviewed on a 10-year basis. Where you live, your job, they're all quite fundamental. Minister, you and I both want a constitutional change. Indeed, it's been talked about having a constitutional a referendum by 2030. Is it plausible to say we're going to do that, but then we can't review the rating system in the north other than on a 10-year cycle?
But I've already said that you can review it ahead of the 10 years, and I've already
it shouldn't have been a 10-year cycle to begin with.
Well, I'm not saying it shouldn't have been a 10-year cycle. When you look at the amount of work that is required in doing this, and you look at the resources that are available, and sometimes people look at the civil service and say it's a finite resource. It's just, there's so many people out there, you can do anything. That's not the case. When you sit down with your senior official team and you try and manage a work programme moving forward, you realise just how constrained your ability to deliver is as a result of lack of resources within your department. So I have had further discussions with my senior officials. They have had the opportunity, as have I, to be able to review this last year's work, and we do believe that we can carry out this in a shorter time frame, and I will continue that conversation with my officials. Okay.
Now, on a separate subject in relation to charges, I've had some correspondence I haven't had a chance to look at in detail from NUS USI on the subject of university fees. I know you were quite vocal in the past on that, on not raising it. Is that something that's on your agenda at the minute?
It's a matter for the Department of the Economy.
Okay, so you haven't had any conversations about that?
No.
Okay. Okay, we await to see more information on that, but obviously you've been quite vocal on not increasing fees, so we will. I
think, in fairness, the executive has a policy in relation to fees.
Okay.
But I have had no conversation with anyone else in regard to it.
Okay. So, Minister, to go back to the question of fiscal devolution, you have said today that you are interested in looking at income tax, and I think that is, I welcome the fact that you're willing to look at that. Would you also look at another subject which is close to my heart, and I've repeated it a lot, which is the subject of air passenger duty, and the fact that I want more fiscal devolution, but we have one very badly devolved tax, which is air passenger duty. It costs us between £2 and £3 million every year to subsidise non-existent long-haul flights. I know there's some talk about some long-haul flights coming back at some point. Is that something you're looking at, or are you going to maintain that?
As I said, I will look at the matter in the round and look at how and when we should be devolving the various taxes that we all pay, or have implications for how we live our lives moving forward.
Okay.
And the long-haul one is a reminder of the point the Minister made earlier about the consideration you have to take when you devolve something, because Treasury would not be in a position of saying devolve and then if it doesn't work we'll take it back again. I mean, it's a decision you take and a risk you take when you devolve a tax. They've worked in some ways in Scotland and different in Wales, so there's just risk you take, and that is a useful consideration as you look at any of the other measures as to what risk the executive would take on fiscally with any devolution.
So that's the case, and I mean, I think one of the things that's emerged today is there's a kind of on the one hand, on the other, and that's grand. Of course, you have to look at things in the round, but you, Minister, have given a commitment to fiscal devolution. But then when it's been talked about the meat of getting into specific measures, one of them is corporation tax, and I agree that corporation tax is a challenge in the current climate because it involves a block grant reduction. But isn't it the case that if for us to break out of the situation we're in at the minute, which is effectively reliance on a government in Westminster, by the way, whether you are unionist, nationalist, left, right, sort of nowhere, sort of don't care about any of this stuff, we have limited ability to influence, and there's widespread agreement on that. In order to change that, we're going to have to take a step forward at some point and do fiscal devolution. So what I'm trying to say is, when decisively are you going to try and make that happen? You say there's going to be a paper, or you're looking at it, or you want options. I would like to know when there's going to be a decisive policy intervention in that regard.
Well, as I've outlined to you on several occasions now, the responsibility of myself and the executive and my predecessor was to stabilise the budget. We've done that. We have published the budget for 25-26. We have a programme for government out. I am still engaging around the comprehensive spending review. When I have completed that and the comprehensive spending review is announced, I will draw my attentions and that of my department to fiscal devolution.
There's no specific time for when that's happening then?
No, I can't give you a date when the committee will be looking at a paper, but the committee will be looking at a paper.
Okay. So then one final question from me relates to the fiscal framework. So you've got the Holtham review. You have it in your hand. Just to be absolutely clear, has that been sent to the Treasury?
I have a draft of the Holtham review.
Okay.
Treasury officials are being briefed on the draft.
Okay.
I briefed the Secretary of State this morning on it.
Yeah.
Professor Holtham is continuing to doing some work, and my department is continuing to do some scrutiny. I would hope to have a finalised report next week.
So, just so we're absolutely clear, have the Treasury agreed with you that they are going to accept this? Have they agreed to take receipt of this and to consider
I think it's fair enough.
You said it's
yes,
on negotiation.
They have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they've agreed, as in but they haven't agreed to a specific. So there's no. We're not definitely going to have an outcome on this in the CSR.
Well, we're going to have an outcome in the CSR. Whether it's the right outcome or not, it's another matter.
There's going to be a spending settlement, but there's no sense that there's definitely going to be a final fiscal framework or even an updated needs-based formula in the CSR. They could. I'm not saying this is necessarily your fault, but they could take all that, just stick it in a folder somewhere in Outlook and just give the spending settlement. Have you got an agreement from them that they're going to consider this, or even that they're going to update the fiscal framework?
I'm working in good faith with them that they will give financial certainty to the executive moving forward, in both in terms of the fiscal framework and the spending review. But as I said, I think it was to Owen, this is an ongoing conversation. You know, the report we have, and the draft report we have from Professor Holtham, the other evidence we have from other sources would suggest to me that we're involved in a discussion over a period of time. But we do need, there will be sign-off points within that And CSR is one of them in my view.
That's helpful. Thank you. I need to bring in others in. Thank you and confirmation that you haven't had conversations on fees. So I need to bring in Deirdre Hargey.
Yeah, no, thanks very much. And it was just to come back on the back of Owen's point around the cost of division, John, and obviously feeding into the ongoing discussions with Treasury. And I think it is important that you are having those engagements with the British Secretary of State, because I know when there was a meeting in Belfast last year with him around costs, my concern was that he was given the same language as the previous Tory government in terms of, you know, the level of need here is the same as everywhere else and yous are getting more. So I think the work that Jerry Holsom's doing is going to be important. But for me, it's just making sure in the draft or whatever, you know, discussions you're having in terms of a final document, it's the cost of poverty and socio-economic inequality, which I think is much greater. Notwithstanding the division is important to address, but that in terms of even our productivity levels. And I know just, you know, from sitting on scrutiny committees, whether it's health, whether it's justice, whether it's education, whether it's this committee, you know, that's where the pressures are, even in terms of public spend, over £1 billion a year. You already said that we're mitigating over £500 million in terms of just the impact of austerity. And obviously, you know, this government again and that agenda has not deviated from the previous government. So it is just to make sure, you know, that that is front and centre, because I do think there's good opportunities, as I said earlier, around the 5-year plan of budgets, how we ensure, you know, the ring fence, and I think it is good in terms of how we ensure equality of outcome, you know, and that ministers are directed in terms of the output around the budgets and ring fencing, and I do think we can be doing more. But it is making sure that, you know, Jerry Holsom has really understood that in terms of need, but in terms of poverty and socio-economic inequality, because it does really impact on, I suppose, that, you know, in terms of growing the economy. The ESRI report recently in terms of even the island economy and opportunities there to grow that by 2.2%. But if we're bleeding at the other end in terms of the demand on public services, increased inequality, you know, then we're not really doing much, and it's just making sure, getting the confidence that that is going to be addressed as part of that needs-based work going forward.
Well, I think it is being addressed in the studies, and how those conclusions are reached. The ultimate test is whether the Treasury is prepared to pony up, as they would say.
You, Deirdre? Yeah.
Yep, thank
Diane,
you.
for sure.
Yeah, thank you. Minister, following on from the 25-26 budget agreement that you got, I just wanted to ask, have all individual departments taken their allocation and prepared their operational budget and confirmed that back to your department by now?
We haven't had confirmation from all at this stage. Sorry, go ahead.
Not all departments are working on those operational budgets. What we have asked them to do is to inform our budget document, is to break it down by spending area. We have that back from all departments, which will be reflected in the budget document, which we hope to publish soon. But there will still be ongoing work on departments as they sort of fine-tune those decisions.
Thank you. And just final one, whenever we're looking for like efficiencies and we're talking about public sector reform, have you undertaken any review of the cost of the number of arm's length bodies and quangos that we have here in Northern Ireland, with a view to any efficiencies that might be achieved?
I personally haven't, my department isn't carrying out a review. I think that would be a matter for broader executive agreement. But as you're absolutely right, we can't look simply at efficiencies within departments or the civil service or elsewhere without looking at arm's length bodies and the number of arm's length bodies.
HR Carl.
Thanks, Minister. Not wanting to catch you out, as you kind of said earlier, but looking clarity in terms of devolving corporation tax. I know there was NDNA commitments, but there's further measures that the British government would have to take if you wanted it to be devolved. Yeah, so you don't have the full power to increase it in the morning if you wanted to?
No, not to the best of my understanding.
No, you would need a funding mechanism. The principle is there, but the mechanism as to how much you would be charged for secondary, so the bill due, if you like, for any variance, either up or down, still isn't mechanised, if you will. So there would still be steps to do.
Financing, if that's the correct term. So in theory, you could make the decision tomorrow, but obviously you're making the point about extra funding wouldn't be there to...
You don't even have the... Yeah, you don't have the...
There was a requirement in the agreement to demonstrate sustainable finances, so you would need agreement from the Treasury before you went any further as well.
The full part. And then just finally on that, because I know obviously you're maybe alluding to it, Minister, and it's been well versed that obviously a cut in corporation tax would lead to a cut in the block grant. Does an increase in corporation tax automatically lead to any reduction in the block grant, or that's because, to my knowledge, 10 or so years ago when it was publicly discussed, there was no proposals to increase it, so I don't know if that directly affects the block grant, or is there clarity on that?
I mean, it is quite complicated, so even when the discussion was at the time about a potential reduction, there was significant engagement with Treasury. It's one of the reasons why the funding mechanism would have been complicated, about behavioural effects and whether it would cause more firms to incorporate, to pay tax, whether it would cause... So you would have the same debate about, would it cause anybody to unincorporate and go for a different structure so that they didn't pay corporation tax? So there still would be an argument about behavioural effects. It wouldn't be a simple case of saying if the number was higher, you would get to collect. There would still be a negotiation and a conversation with Treasury about exactly, same way as the Scots and Welsh have had on any of their devolution. It's a very detailed and sometimes decades in the making conversation about exactly how the mechanics of any funding, and the numbers are so large. You have to go into that with a very considered approach, because the scale of the oscillations in some of those tax bases can be quite significant. Some point to income tax because it's slightly more stable, but you would know there are arguments too around VAT, and then it's how you define it. So I think in answer to the question, it would not be as straightforward. You are quite right. At the time, there was an asymmetry. The maths was looked at more from a reduction point of view, but it wouldn't be as straightforward as saying higher rate, there's nothing to see here. It would be a calculation.
Appreciate just final clarity, and could the Finance Minister, yourself or a future one, make a decision on that by themselves, or does it have to be an executive approved or agreed decision?
I would suspect it would have to be executive approved. Okay. It would be significant and cross-cutting.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Columbo Style Minister, just one more thing, because we have a few minutes before we have to let you out. We didn't want to waste even a second of your precious time. In your last meeting with the Chief Secretary of Treasury, you mentioned Casement Park. What is your expectation of what's going to happen on Casement Park?
I can't give you an expectation in terms of what finances, if any, that will be directed from the British government, but I can assure you it is on their radar, because when I mentioned it to him, he was already aware of it.
He was already aware of it. So you, at the minute, you can't give any expectation there's going to be an increased allocation specifically for Casement, and you're not in a position to offer or find more money for it yourself?
Well, that'll have to be an executive discussion in terms of, as we look at the next 3-year budget. So that'll be an executive discussion around financing of all projects. But I am aware, acutely aware, that the Treasury is aware of Casement Park.
Suffice to say, I mean, if it doesn't get signed off and progressed later in the next few months, is there big consequences, including the planning?
Well, the comprehensive spending review has been announced on the 11th of June. So let's wait to see what's announced on the 11th of June.
One final point from me, this is really one for the officials rather than yourself, Minister. Is there going to be an updated document? So this is for the purposes of being constructive. There are some questions about the formatting of this document. So when I read through it, for example, the text on economic context at the beginning is quite consistent, and there's a degree of narrative from the Minister, the previous Minister in this case. But when you get to certain chapters, including the chapter from the Department of Justice, it reads almost like an op-ed written against the rest of the document. It says things like, the following are the potential actions that could be required and the impact of these actions. In Bolden, no decisions have been taken at this stage in terms of potential action to be taken by the Department, and this information will be used to confirm the final allocations. Anybody reading this document would have a sore head, and they think, is this an actual coherent statement of budgetary policy by an executive?
There will be
departmental statements. If you read earlier in that, each departmental chapter is written by the department itself to ensure that it's properly informing the consultation. So that's why the chapters may not read as coherently or as consistently as you want, because they're departmental information.
There will be an updated document. It follows on from Joanne's question. There will be an updated document ahead of the debate on the
19th. We're hopefully issued next week, hopefully.
Perhaps, can I suggest, in the nicest possible way, that may be another innovation that could be taken under review. There are quite a lot of things under review, I know, at the department. We do welcome your time. I would say, quite possibly, I don't want to preempt the outcome of the review. Could be a catchphrase for the department, but that doesn't mean that we don't believe in evidence, and we very much welcome the fact you did come to give us evidence today, Minister. There's lots for us to take forward, and the questions are obviously robust but also thorough, so we appreciate your time and your officials' time, and there's lots for us to follow up on and to know you about and hold you to account about in due course. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Members, so if we move on to, actually we should agree any follow-up actions. I think the follow-up actions we need to agree, members and people intervene or suggest, if you think there are others, are an update on precisely where things are with the Hawthorne review. My understanding, it seems like the Hawthorne review is still being discussed, finalised. That may be because the department wants certain things clarified, and the Minister was fairly deft in answering those questions, but I think we need to be kept abreast of that, number one. Number two, I do think we want to be kept abreast of what's actually happening with the doing business review. I am personally concerned that this is a review that is a desk exercise that could well have been done by an official inside the department and presented to the Minister and forwarded on to anybody who's interested. I'm not entirely sure why it needed to be an external bit of work that was commissioned and then without any clear actions, but I think it would be helpful to be kept abreast on that. There was also something else which has come up and comes up later in our Matters Arising, which is a new thing that I was not aware of, called the Strategic Income Review. So I think I would like to understand, the Minister mentioned that as something that he is looking at. I'd like to know more about the Strategic Income Review. Okay, members are content? Yes, Philip.
Chair, just additionally, we have information on the recruitment process and the issues there were that Mr. Carroll brought up. Also, we're looking for a specific HR email that people can direct queries to. Queries to that specific.
And just for the department to keep us updated on their review and stuff like that. Thanks.
Okay. Brett.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. And two things. So one, I can come back to this at the end. It's just in relation to follow up from our first evidence session from the AIB. But just in relation to
ABI, sorry.
In relation to this one, I'm just interested in relation to the process the Minister will engage in for additional appointments to the Public Sector Transformation Board. Will this be a publicly run competition? If it's going to be from outside the civil service, I assume this will be done by the Commission, the Office of the Commissioner for Public Appointments. The criteria used to select those, when that book was going to be publicly advertised, etc., etc. And I'd also like to seek clarity on the Minister's assertion that he doesn't require either the approval of the UK government, given that this was a requirement under the restoration package, and secondly that he also doesn't require executive approval, given that the Public Sector Transformation Board is a cross-cutting issue. I struggle to see how those appointments don't require executive approval, but I'm keen to get that.
Call that, Chair.
I think those are important bits of information to seek. If members are content, we will follow up on those pieces and obviously the other bits that members themselves may wish to follow up on individually. Okay, members, just to seek agreement that Hansard will report this next item, which is an oral briefing on the Death, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill, which we are currently scrutinising. The Deaths, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill passed second stage on the 7th of April and committee stage started on the 8th of April. Last week we heard from the Bill Clerk and departmental registrar officials are here today to give us a more thorough briefing on the bill provisions. A page in the table pack, members will find correspondence from the Department of Finance, which was sent to the committee in October last year. In this correspondence, the department indicates that its understanding is a new legal basis would be required for a baby loss certificate scheme in Northern Ireland due to Northern Ireland's legal framework and the absence of a more general power in the relevant legislation in Northern Ireland. So welcome to the meeting again. They've been with us a lot recently. Philip Wales, who's Registrar General and Chief Executive of NISRA, as well as being Registrar General, and Aoife Rooney, who's Deputy Registrar General. Thank you very much, both Philip, please again make opening questions, and members indicate should you wish to ask a question.
Okay, if it's okay, Chair, I'll begin with some opening remarks and an opening statement. It's good to be with you, obviously, to speak to the detail of this bill. As you say, we have been here a number of times recently. So what I propose to do with this opening statement is three things. Firstly, I want to make a few general remarks about the bill. I want to touch briefly on its aims and objectives, how it's drafted, and the organising philosophy for its provisions. Clearly, we've discussed those provisions in general before, so I'll speak secondly to the detail of the bill as drafted, as it's in front of you. Thirdly, I want to say a few things about the timetable to which we are working more generally, and that will conclude my remarks. I should say at the beginning, our role here today is clearly slightly different from the previous occasions that we have appeared before you. On those previous occasions, we've had very fruitful discussions about the policy position and how we could draft the legislation. Today, our role is slightly narrower, setting out how the bill has been drafted, answering your questions and explaining the effect of the provisions of the bill. Where your questions are of a technical nature, we'll take those away and consult with our drafters, and some of those I'm grateful to Paul for asking already at the second stage debate. Where you have specific feedback or suggested amendments, we'll obviously take careful note of those, but I know the committee will understand that amendments to the bill are now a matter for the Minister, for the Executive, and then ultimately for the Assembly. Turning to the detail of the bill, the committee knows that this has been drafted to achieve three broad policy aims. Firstly, the bill puts the temporary Coronavirus Act powers related to the registration services onto a permanent footing. Clauses 2 through 7 deal with these matters. Secondly, the bill resolves disparities in the birth and stillbirth registration processes for some couples who are neither married nor in a civil partnership. Clause 8 and the accompanying schedule to the bill deals with those changes. And thirdly, Clause 11 contains an enabling power for the Department to make a baby loss certificate scheme through regulations. In addition, the repeal of the Coronavirus Act powers are included in Clause 10, and commencement and the title of the bill are considered in clauses 12 and 13 respectively. There are three general matters that I think are worth noting. Firstly, this is an amending bill, which means it needs to be read alongside the legislation which it is amending. In this case, the bill makes changes to the Births and Deaths Registration Northern Ireland Order 1976 and to the Civil Registration Regulations Northern Ireland 2012. As per the question that Mr. Frew asked at second stage, this could be a cause of some confusion. The legislation that we will be amending through this bill is not the version of the 1976 order which is presently in effect. It is the version of the 1976 order in its permanent form, stripped of the Coronavirus Act amendments that are temporary in nature. This could cause some confusion as you read through the bill, and I'm grateful to Mr. Frew for asking the question as it allows me to address it here and today. Secondly, while the bill's not overly long, the committee will have noticed that it is a good deal longer than the provisions that were in the Coronavirus Act. These provisions were, of course, written very quickly with a very specific and a very narrow intent. They did the very necessary minimum to enable the registration service to continue to operate in the context of a pandemic. But in making these powers permanent, we've had to look wider. Our remit has had to be wider. Rather than simply making permanent the COVID-era changes, we needed to consider how best to operationalise these powers in today's context. We needed to consider all the different death and stillbirth circumstances provided for in the 1976 order, to think about how those powers would work in practice and pay attention to the coherence of the order as a whole. This means we've had to revisit references to things like written notices, to signatures rather than names, and to documents which are said to pass under a hand. This language doesn't sit easily alongside provisions which are designed to enable remote and electronic practice. Thirdly, it's worth recalling that this bill is framed as narrowly as possible to provide a permanent legal footing for existing registration practices. Baby loss certificates and the fixes to registration options that I discussed earlier notwithstanding, the aim of our work has been to put onto a permanent basis our current practice and to end the need to continually depend on Coronavirus Act extension orders. I know there will be matters that members of the committee and perhaps members of the Assembly will want to consider as part of this bill alongside perhaps as amendments. But the narrow scope of this bill doesn't indicate a narrowness in our ambition, a disinterest in reform or a dislike of change. Rather, it's about fixing the foundations of the registration system before we get brave and ambitious about a new extension or indeed a new story on top of our existing registration house. To attend to these greater ambitions, when the scope of the bill was finalised in January 2025, we received ministerial approval to begin work on a further registration bill once the legislative objectives that we have at the moment are met. We would hope that that future bill could be a vehicle for the wider changes that members here and elsewhere might seek us to make, and we look forward to working with the committee on these matters. Turning now to the detailed provisions of the bill, clauses 2 through 7 set out the provisions that are related to the Coronavirus Act powers. These have to do with electronic transmission, to do with the flow of paperwork and between different parties in the registration system, and to do with remote registration. Specifically, Clause 2 deals with electronic means of signing and communication. It inserts an explicit power in the 1976 order, which enables the definition of approved electronic means for the delivery of documents in the registration system and for the signing of those documents. This framing future-proofs our registration system against future changes in communication methods. Clauses 3...
This is just to say, this is this clause 2, just to be clear for the record, what clause 2 does is that it elaborates on the power that was created via regulation under the Coronavirus Act to enable you or your successors in the role to create electronic means to register deaths, basically.
Not so much to create electronic means, but to specify electronic means that are acceptable within the registration context. That's correct, yeah. So the means by which a document might get passed or the means by which it might be signed, for example.
And part of the way I draw in that way is to obviously future-proof it for future technological changes. Okay. It's worth just saying for the purpose, because I'm aware that 1 or 2 funeral directors were, I think, who obviously don't, it's not their job, they have other busy businesses and service to provide. Some of them I think were a bit concerned about some of the provisions lapsing. I'm not sure where that information came from, but just to say there's been no lapse and I don't think there's going to be any lapse while we consider this legislation. I think we can say fairly definitively those regulations will continue until such times as this bill is passed into law. So just wanted to clarify that. Go ahead, Philip.
Thank you, Matthew. I think that's helpful. It might be useful just to say I believe that correspondence arose because in advance of debates on the Coronavirus Act extension orders, we have had to tell the registration service that there is a chance that the powers will fall if the Assembly didn't approve the extension order.
Okay.
And it's from there that I think the correspondence emerged, as you say, the debate yesterday confirmed the powers.
Theoretical chance, but it is vanishingly unlikely politically and in reality.
That's correct, but we're not taking the Assembly for granted. So,
okay.
That's the situation. Thank you. Okay, so I'll proceed. So Clause 3 concerns the passage of documents between different parties in the registration process in relation to stillbirth registrations. In particular, Clause 3 amends Article 15 of the 76 order in several places. The effect of clauses 3.1 to 3.4 is to remove the onus on the informant to pass the certificate of stillbirth from the registered medical professional to the registrar. Instead, it places a duty on the medical professional to first sign the certificate and then pass it to the registrar without needing to burden the informant with that change. Clauses 3.5 to 3.7 then mean something similar for the certificate of registration. The registrar can now send the certificate of registration directly to the undertaker, again without the informant having to do carry that document between those parties. Here we're removing references to written notice that might previously have been provided in the context of a delayed registration. And for both of these certificates, the legislation makes clear that the next of kin or the informant must be given a copy of those certificates on request. We're not writing them out of this process, nothing of the sort. Indeed, on some readings, we're strengthening their role here. In relation to death registrations, we make a similar set of changes in Clause 4. Clause 4 amends Article... Sorry, Paul.
Do you want to take us clause by clause with regards to questions, or do you want to wait?
No, I'd rather we just sort of go through it. But if there are very specific questions relating to it, well, I'm going to try and summarise where it's relevant. But I think if members can hold their questions and then come in, and we'll go around and obviously indicate members specific questions.
Okay, that's helpful.
Because I think it might hold us up a bit too much if we go through clause by clause. Go ahead, Phil.
Okay, so Clause 4 amends Article 22 of the 1976 order to ensure that the medical certificate of cause of death, the MCCD, can now travel from the registered medical professional to the registrar, again without the informant being involved. And again, that can happen in an electronic form with an electronic signature. It also makes provision for delayed registrations and for referrals to the coroner. Clause 5 then does the same for the certificate of registration, so it amends Article 29 of the 76 order to enable the registrar to send the certificate of registration to the undertaker without burdening the informant. As with stillbirths, the informant is empowered to receive a copy of both of these certificates upon request. That's in clauses 4.6 and 5.2, and a further reference to written notice is removed. At this stage in the bill, we've made provision for electronic transfer of documents and for signing. And we've changed the flow of paperwork within the registration system. You'll recall that was the stumbling block that prevented us from making secondary legislation. What remains is to make provision for remote registrations as well as in-person registrations alongside that, and that's what's affected by clauses 6 and 7. So clauses 6 and 7 amend the 2012 regulations to make provision for the ways in which births and deaths can be registered, respectively. These amendments make provision for remote registration over the telephone or indeed in-person registration. They make provision for electronic transmission and allow for the possibility that someone might sign the registration document with a pen if they come in person, or have their aim entered if they attend remotely. In the case of stillbirths, also highlighted by Mr. Frew at the second stage, the drafters have adopted what's considered to be legislative best practice here by removing a reference to Form 12.4, which is used in the registration of births, and entering the same requirements explicitly in the stillbirth section. As this discussion makes apparent, the changes required to enable the remote registration of deaths, the electronic transfer of documents, and to shift the burden of transfer from the informant to the other parties in the registration process are fairly considerable and range across the circumstances envisioned by the order. They make up the bulk of the bill, and they're designed to ensure that these processes are fully integrated into our enabling legislation and not in a sort of light touch way as they were through the Coronavirus Act. To complete the effect, Clause 10 then repeals the Coronavirus Act provisions. Perhaps I should pause there, Chair, and see if there are any questions here before I proceed on to the other powers that the bill introduces.
Well, yeah, why don't we start and do that now? So we'll bring in Deputy Chair Dan Forsyth, and then do you want to Paul through? Let's go first. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
Just so you know, Clause 10 is probably my favourite clause in this whole as it repeals the Coronavirus Act. Thank you very much for your clarification on the first question I asked at second stage, Philip, and that was the fact that you've answered it in the fact that you say that through this bill you're amending the existing legislation with the temporary text lifted out with regards to the Coronavirus Act. To be consistent, though, if you read what you are amending, so paragraph 6, A, line 25, and I read, for written notice of a stillbirth accompanied by such a certificate, I do think that there has to be added to that text and a copy of such a certificate. You say you don't need that because it's a part that was coronavirus. But if I read that again, written notice of a stillbirth accompanied by such a certificate, accompanied by such a certificate is also text added in by the Coronavirus Act. So if it's consistent to say that you don't need to add in and a copy of such a certificate, you could argue then that you don't need to add in accompanied by such a certificate, which is on the face of the bill. And really that clause should read, for written notice of a stillbirth as is mentioned in paragraph 3. So if I could ask, not now, for clarification again, because I know it's very technical. I get the argument that if it's a temporary piece, we don't really need to amend it or substitute it in the face of the bill, but we're not consistent because both of those passages of text are temporary. The other question I would have around temporary wording is this: how temporary? Because we know that some of the Coronavirus Act stays in these provisions until there is an active move to remove them. It's not that they simply fall because they haven't been renewed. There may well have to be a physical move to actually change them. So it's just that answer that you've given, which I'm really grateful for, isn't consistent when you add in the other text, and I quote again, accompanied by such a certificate. So again, it's too technical to have an answer here and now, but if you can take that back and just ask the drafters that specific question. Either we need to add in a copy of such a certificate to make it right, or we then remove the actual text and wording accompanied by such a certificate, because that's a temporary phrase also derived from the Coronavirus Act.
So we did pose this question to the drafters, and a response is on its way to you, Paul. I'm sorry that it hasn't reached you yet. My understanding from their answer is that the provisions are in order, but I will leave it to their language to explain it, because you're quite right, it'll be difficult to do that justice
and
here.
It's more a drafters issue, because it won't actually change the provision of the bill. It's just accuracy for me with regards to what we actually replace and substitute. Thank you.
That's no problem. In relation to Coronavirus Act powers subsisting, Clause 10 should remove all of those. So those should disappear from the 76 order and from the 2012 regulation. There should not be Coronavirus Act powers in here.
Only though if they are relating. So, because we're only repealing section 18.3.
Correct. So
as long as there's nothing other in the Coronavirus Act that's breaching the 76 and 2012 orders, regulations, which I would worry about also, because one of the questions I'd be posing is, are we sure we have clean swept all of the coronavirus provisions away from these two orders?
So it's my understanding that 18.3 is the only operative impact on the order, but I will take that question away and make sure by correspondence that that's the case. It's a good question.
And then just before we get to clause 11, there is an issue I have in paragraph 6, page 4, in that in paragraph 2A, we are removing regulation 12.4.
This is clause 6?
Yes, clause 6. We are removing regulation 12.4. And again, it basically seems to be we're taking out forms 1A1 and 1A and 1B, and the wording that was in 12.4 is actually then on the face of this bill, midway down this page.
Yes.
And I just don't understand why we needed to do that when we've had the 76 order or the 2012 regulations there in print anyway. And again, it's a drafter's question, drafter's answer, I know, but it just seems to be why is it necessary to, in paragraph 2, remove regulation 12.4, which is basically around the forms. It also adds, it's also a provision around who checks the forms for error. So I wonder, are we leaving something out with regards to how we actually check the forms? Maybe that is then included, because it does say in the new 2B, if it appears that any error has been made, a fresh entry of the stillbirth must be made containing the correct particulars. So this is around error and checking the forms. And I just don't understand why we've lifted forms which are birth registration forms, 1A and 1B. Stillbirth forms are 2A and 2B. I may be in danger of answering my own question here, but I'll leave it to you to answer.
Well, we will leave it to the drafters to answer, and again, I'm sorry that we haven't given you this answer already. I will leave it to them to get the language exactly right, but you're exactly right to say that where we remove a reference to 12.4, the equivalent language is entered later. So what the drafters have done is to end the practice here of application with modification. So rather than taking a birth form and then saying we'll apply it with modification here, in the context of a stillbirth, we will explicitly enter the same information, the same checking that you refer to will appear on the face of the bill here within the stillbirth section, so that then the 76 order goes to this coherence point, now reads as a single coherent section. I think it's very difficult to read that from our bill because it is an amending piece of legislation, but I hope that when you see the response that will put your mind at ease in relation to that point, but it's a point well taken.
And then the other question around clause 8, the minor amendments relating to bursts and stillbirths, the schedule of this act contains minor amendments. The question for me was simply why have we went with regards to the other clauses up until this point, the text has been on the face of the bill, but yet when it comes to the other amendments relating to registration of births and stillbirths around the registration of the same-sex couples, we have went to schedule.
So I haven't come to those in the talk that I was going through. In relation to your question, it is a question again for the drafters about how exactly they want to frame these things. I think they felt that these changes could be separated and put in one place together rather than running through the narrative of the bill here. That wasn't a policy decision, that was a drafting question. And again, the answers that we've had from the drafters that are on their way to you will make that point. Happy, of course, to take any other questions you might have in relation to that in correspondence.
Just something that springs in my head, there's no difference with regards to amending text in the bill at consideration stage compared to amending text in the schedule. There's, as far as I'm aware, there's no difference.
Not that I'm aware, but we can take that away and check, Paul.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's you for now, Paul. Okay. Jerry, you wanted to come in?
Thanks. Thanks for that. 2 questions. I mean, there's some suggestion about delaying the bill or certainly extend the consultation stage. I mean, what is the department's assessment of the impact that would have?
I can answer your question now, or I was going to address that at the end, Chair.
This is the question of committee stage.
It's a question of the timetable to which we're working.
What is your specific question, Jerry? Just for
what the impact that the department thinks it would have if the committee stage was extended?
Okay, well, we can answer the question now if you want. Yeah, I'm happy to. So,
I think the Minister has been very clear that he would like to see this scheme operational by the end of the year, and that is very much our ambition too. Indeed, that is the timetable that we are working towards. To enable that timetable, we're working right now towards a public consultation in concert with the Department of Health that we expect to begin in June. We hope that consultation will run for a period of 12 weeks, after which we'll consider the responses we've been given. The Department will look at the volume and complexity of responses, and then we'll put together a response and draft regulations which we'll bring to the Assembly for consideration. We're hopeful that we could do that during October. Should the committee seek to extend its period to proximity with that, we will have a real challenge, as we will then have regulations that we want to bring to committee for consideration that depend on a bill that hasn't received royal assent just yet. So I think it really depends on how long an extension that you seek. If we go to the other side of the summer recess, it gets increasingly difficult to see how we can get this done this year with an extension. I understand I'm not trying to minimise the committee's scrutiny role here, and you have a duty to perform and scrutiny to undertake. But we are working towards the objective of having it done by the end of the year, in the hope that you will be able to consider this bill quickly.
Just on that, I mean, obviously there'll be concern that obviously I think the pace of change is slow at the best times at Stormont, but obviously given the severity of this issue, I think many people would see sort of delay on a very serious and heartfelt issue, a bit of a concern, to put it mildly. Can you just clarify, maybe yourself, Philip, or through maybe drafters, in terms of like SR powers, because I think that the timescale you set out seems to be quite extensive for consultation and for people to have their input. But with any piece of legislation, things can obviously be missed in any nature, but there's a power of an SR of the Minister to kind of amend things subsequently, or that's not contained in this piece of legislation, is it?
So the bill that we're presenting here will it includes an enabling power for us to make regulations for a baby loss certificate scheme, and it's those regulations that we want to be able to bring to the Assembly for consideration in October. In parallel to the legislative timetable and the consultation, we're also starting work on logistical aspects and practical aspects, the IT systems, the human resources that need to be set up in order to be able to deliver this. So the department is working to a timetable of the end of the year. It is for you to determine what your timetable requires and the scrutiny.
So obviously the department's delayed bringing this bill in the first place, Jerry. So it's not, when in terms of this delay question, the delay has come initially from the department bringing us this bill in the first place. So I think before the committee is reprimanded for a delay that hasn't happened yet, it's important to say we weren't the people who delayed bringing this bill in the first place. I think it's important to put that on the record. Philip Brett.
Thank you, Chair. And it was just to pick up on that point. So in terms of, Philip, when you talk about an extension, do you mean beyond the 4-week extension of a normal committee, or of a committee? I'm not even going to, sorry, let me rephrase, because it's not normal. It's set down in standing orders as 4 weeks, but I can't recall the last time that a committee stage of a bill actually was done within 4 weeks. Is that what you mean?
I think the plan that we had internally, and the hope and expectation that we had internally, was that you would have completed your scrutiny and we would be moving through the Assembly stages before the summer recess hit. I don't think that precludes an extension to your 4-week, 30-day time frame, but clearly an extension beyond that, as I say, makes it harder and harder for us to achieve the ambition of doing it by the end of the year.
Not for you to speak for the department, but I suppose, as the Chair has outlined, the delay in having this brought before the committee has not been done by the committee's doing. And in fact, the bill, hadn't it been for the tenaciousness of one of our members, may have been delayed even further. So, the committee has considered this as soon as it has arrived with us. And if anyone looks at the record of the Assembly in terms of looking at a committee stage, the 30 days is rarely met. However, it'll be up to the committee to decide how it progresses.
We will be having a discussion on that. But I'll bring in Paul through. And obviously, members, this isn't solely a discussion about committees. This is a question about, of course, our scrutiny of the bill overall. So I'm keen that people actually scrutinise, which is the whole point of a committee stage in the first place.
Yeah, no, we have moved off to clause 11, and you may have commentary, Philip, on clause 11, but just on the point about the time pressures. Interestingly, England, Wales, Scotland, their baby loss certificates are non-statutory. So they haven't needed or required legislation of any kind to bring in
England, Wales.
England, Wales.
Yeah.
So they haven't needed any. So there's absolutely nothing to stop you and, of course, the wider department in actually commencing work on a baby loss certificate now.
So my understanding, Paul, is that in the context of England, certainly, and in the context of Scotland, there are enabling powers that give, well, particularly in Scotland's case, there is an enabling power that enables the Registrar General there to do a range of different things that would encompass, on one reading of it, baby loss certificates. They haven't had to seek specific provision, is my understanding, because there is a general power that they can use. I think there is a similar situation that's in place in England. In Northern Ireland, departments are required, as I understand it, to seek approval for things that they do rather than be constrained from things that they can't do, which is maybe a pigeon reading of the legal position. But that means that we have had to seek explicit statutory provision to be able to deliver this scheme. We can certainly work on it in the background, the practicalities. We can go on drafting, we can consult, and we can make as much progress as we will. And indeed, we will if the committee chooses to extend and to extend beyond the summer recess. That's the position as.
And that's been tested by legal advice.
It was our legal advice that said we should add a statutory power to the bill that is before you now, in order for us to be able to make this scheme. Perhaps I should come to the next set of changes, as we're deep into them and not talking about the Coronavirus Act powers anymore. Yeah. So let me pick up where I left off. So clause 10, as I say, completes the Coronavirus Act provisions that takes on the powers but repeals the Coronavirus Act itself. Turning more briefly to the other matters, so Clause 8, as you say, adopts a single schedule to the bill, which contains changes that are required to resolve the registration option disparities that I referred to earlier. This schedule amends the 1976 order to enable a second female parent to register the stillbirth of a baby, or indeed the birth of a baby, without the mother present. They also enable re-registration by the mother should they dispute the details provided by the second female parent at the original registration, and they enable separate attendance by a same-sex female couple to conclude a joint registration. Together, these changes align the birth and stillbirth registration options of same-sex, heterosexual couples who are neither married nor in a civil partnership. These changes don't impact on the certificates that are being issued. They only impact on the process, the legislative process, by which someone will come in and register a birth or a stillbirth. Turning to baby loss certificates, Clause 11 of the bill introduces an enabling power for the Department to bring forward a certificate scheme by regulation for losses of other than stillbirths during pregnancy. Rather than adopting a very broad power to achieve this end, the committee will see that Clause 11 sets out specific details for inclusion in the regulations, including the conditions of issue, the information which the certificate is to contain, and who is eligible, among other details. Clause 11 also makes it clear that the Department must seek approval from the Assembly, per our earlier point, to make regulations under this bill. Once we've concluded our consultation exercise, we have the detail of the scheme, and we have drafted the regulations that are required. It's our intent to bring that scheme back to the Assembly for debate, for discussion, and we hope for approval. I think this clause is also a helpful reminder of the bounds of the legislation that you're considering here today. The Department is not seeking ratification or agreement of the detail of the baby loss scheme. We are only seeking an enabling power so that we can make that detail through a consultation and then through regulations. And the Assembly and indeed this committee will have an opportunity to scrutinise those regulations at a future point. That completes the substantive changes in the bill. Just
on Clause 11, which is the entirety effectively of the baby loss component of the bill, just to re-summarise what it does is is it fair to call it a Henry VIII power? I don't know if maybe that's not your speciality.
No, it's not my speciality.
It creates a power for the minister to, it creates a power for the department, yourself, the Registrar General, to design a baby loss scheme. The detail of that scheme would need to be passed in an affirmatory resolution by the Assembly and therefore would pass through this committee. So it's not a, theoretically, if a scheme were designed which the Assembly or this committee did not approve of, it could not become, it would not go live.
So if you look at Clause 11,
it says five, the final, it says, if you look at,
Clause 5 is the operative one here. So regulations may not be made under this section unless a draft of the regulations has been laid before and approved by a resolution of the Assembly.
So where it's just to be clear, to go back to the question of sequencing, we'll have a further conversation in this in closed session. Is your position that you believe that you would have those regulations drafted? So theoretically, say for example, the committee stage concluded on the 4th of June. I think it's worth just members bearing in mind, without sort of putting my finger on the scale, because I think we'll have an open discussion on this, which I'll have to chair. 4th of June is basically 2 actual committee sessions, because we're doing our evidence gathering at the Balmoral show next week, before the end of committee stage. 2, that would be 2. So, but say for the sake of argument, we didn't extend committee stage. It concluded what you would be doing during the summer is consulting on designing both the scheme and the regulations, and you are saying that you would have those. First of all, you would have everything consulted on, designed, and royal assent for the original bill in time that you would bring the regulations under 11.5 before this committee and the Assembly before the end of the year. Is that what you're promising us? Now, I'm not going to be so facetious as to comment on previous pledges we had around legislation, but anyway, that's your intention. should we stick to your preferred legislative schedule?
So it's our intention, setting aside for a moment what the committee does, to launch a consultation on the detail of the scheme to run over the summer, beginning in June, and we hope that there will be a good response to that.
Just to test that one, do you need, this is maybe a stupid question on my part, do you definitely need us to have finished our committee stage for you to consult on that? Because even if we finished committee stage, it probably wouldn't have gone through, will it have passed all stages of the Assembly? I'm not sure.
So we do not need to have achieved royal assent to go and consult on the detail of the scheme. We can consult on the scheme separately from the legislative process.
You consult on now then while we're in committee stage?
That's correct.
Yeah,
So we will launch the consultation in June to run over the summer. How quickly we can get the response document prepared and the relevant regulations drawn up depends to some extent on the nature of the responses and the number of responses that we get. If we get a very large number of responses that are very complex in their nature, it will take us longer. But the way that these regulations are drafted, or would be drafted, we can begin to make some preparations over the course of the summer while the consultation is running. It's, if you like, establishing a framework into which the outcomes of that consultation can be written, so that then we are at an advanced stage when the Assembly returns after the summer recess.
So in a sense, that's the case, whether or not we extend, leaving that to one side until your obviously preference. I understand the preference, the Minister's preference, that we don't extend. But even if we did extend, you can still do the consultation.
That's correct. I think, just to add a postscript to that.
I understand that might have an impact on the timing by which you bring in regulations.
That was the point I was going to make. So if the bill hasn't achieved royal assent, I can't, except in draft form, bring to this committee regulations made under that bill or act, as it would be.
Yes, but it's also the case. Is it also the case that is there anything legally preventing you? So say for the sake of argument, we extended to August, September, something, I don't know. And I'm not predicting that. That's just for the sake of testing the theory. And then, we had that, and then we had a few weeks of consideration stage, final criticism or whatever, and then final stage, etc. And could you bring us the regulations in draft form, and we could still scrutinise those regulations in draft form before having a final go no go where we approve them or discuss them after the bill has passed all stages in the Assembly? That would theoretically be possible.
My understanding is that that's correct, that we can bring you a piece of paper that has on the top of it regulations for a baby loss certificate scheme, but we can't call that an SL1 with a set of regulations for your formal consideration.
Okay, that's helpful. Owen.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Philip, for that evidence so far. Just two questions in relation to Clause 11, in relation to the enabling power. My understanding is that it's the Department's intention not to charge for these certificates, but obviously there is provision for the regulations to deal with the issue of charging for certificates. So I guess first question is, why is that provided for within the bill? And secondly, if you're confident that this can be turned around relatively quickly after royal assent, why is there no sort of statutory timeline in the bill in terms of setting the Department a target date for delivering that?
We have a date, but
so both good questions. In relation to charging, I think it is our expectation, and I think the Minister's expectation, that we will not charge for these certificates. However, in the course of putting this together, it was recommended to us that we include a provision even if we don't use it, so that depending on future circumstances, we might choose to. Clearly, some certificates that are currently issued are issued without a charge. Others are not. Others are paid for. And in the registration service, you have to be mindful of the practicalities of this. Clearly, if someone applies for a certificate, maybe we shouldn't charge for it. What if they apply for a copy of that certificate? Should we have charged for the second one? What about the 10th one? What about the 150th one? How many certificates? We don't envisage this scenario happening, but it could do, and the provision is there for us to make sure that the system doesn't fall into disrepute. Like I say, it's not our intention to charge here we don't charge for stillbirth certificates as is set out elsewhere in the bill, so we wouldn't expect to. But there might be instances where you might want to, and absent a primary legislation power to be able to do that, we wouldn't be able to. In relation to a statutory timetable, I think at the point of drafting this, I don't think we have enough certainty even about the next, the conversation that we're having here about the next stage for us to commit to a legally binding time frame for it. I do think that the timetable, though, that we're setting out is ambitious. I hope that you would recognise it as ambitious. And indeed, I expect in due course that if we don't hit that, I'll be sitting in this chair and you'll be telling me that I've been slow. And that's our respective roles in this process, and that's fine. But I would hope that the provisions and the arrangements that we're making with the very best intent of having this done up by the end of the year, that you'll recognise that as being ambitious and recognise it for what it is, which is an honest desire to deliver as quickly as possible for the people who are here.
That's helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, yeah, Paul Frew.
Yeah, so on the certificates for baby loss clause 11, you're giving yourself the provision to charge, but you're also giving yourself the Henry VIII power, which you could probably incorporate a charge within that power. So you're giving yourself plenty of wriggle room, probably multiplied by 2.
When you say the Henry VIII power...
So you're giving yourself the power to may amend any statutory provision within the meaning given by section 1F.
This is 11.4, is it?
Sorry, it's page 6.
11.4A.
11.4B.
Okay,
where you're giving yourself any amendment, any statutory provision within the meaning given in section 1F of the Interpretation Act, Northern Ireland.
That's correct.
1954. That means that you can make provision of any statute or instrument made under the statute of any Parliament, and that's the Assembly in this case, passed by whomsoever made by the time being enforced. So that is the sweeping power. Henry VIII is the nickname it gets. Mm-hmm. So you could actually make under the provision of 11.4b, you could actually decide with that power in 3 years' time to put a charge on. You don't actually need, as far as I'm aware, you don't actually need to have a provision of charging a fee in the face of the bill. I could be wrong in that, but I just think you've doubled up your wriggle room. It's not an important point. I wouldn't like to see a charge put on this, but you do raise very valid occasion as to why you might then need to put a charge. But I think that's why you put the Henry VIII clause in, to give you that wriggle room in a later date without having to come back to the committee or the Assembly.
I'll have to take this one away.
Yeah, I think you often need a very specific power for fees. Because of the nature of a charge, that they're
so
closely.
a bit like a budget bill? Is it fall under that sort of guise?
I cannot speak to the budget bill, but I think very often you do need to have it
right, okay.
on the face, so people are very clear that a charge is proposed for all the reasons you outline.
Yes.
I just asked for the purpose of clarifying on this, is the department's view, just so we can, rather than, because there will be very technical discussions between the powers and exactly how the power works, but is the position of the department basically that it cannot foresee that there might be some theoretical circumstance in which somebody is saying, I would like, this is a very sensitive, serious subject, but theoretically someone could say, I would like multiple copies of this, or I would like it printed in a different language, and the department is saying, well, in certain circumstances, within reason, we have to be able to apply an additional charge. Is that the reason, or just so we can clarify, rather than, because I think people want to address this concern that all of a sudden this is going to be charged, and if the clear policy intent is that it is not going to be charged, which I think everybody would agree it shouldn't be, and it isn't across the water, it would just be helpful if we could clarify even some of the theoretical, because presumably someone has thought, well, we need to take this power just because there's some potential hypothetical scenario. It would be helpful if someone could,
we don't envisage. I mean, this is a matter of for consultation, Chair, and I wouldn't preempt that. I think the Minister's been very clear that it's not his intention to charge for these certificates, and I suspect the circumstance where we'd be charging for them would be vanishingly small. But as I say, it was in our advice that we should include provision here explicitly for the possibility of charging GRO in general.
My question is not, I understand, and I think it's obvious the Minister doesn't think this should be charged for, but my question is, why was the advice given? The advice was presumably given because it is standard practice that in some circumstances you need to have that power, and so I just think it would be helpful for us to know why that advice was given. If the drafters are able to offer it, I think
we'll take it away. We can take it away for you.
The only other question I had was the issue I raised at the second stage was around the substituting the phrase father for other parent.
Yes.
I'm wondering if you've done any work on that. Now, this is not a drafter's question, this is a policy direction. I worry that to substitute the word father to other parent, you're actually removing the rights of a father. But it's not just about the rights of a father, it's also about the information that the child might need to obtain even in later life. And what I mean by that is this: if it's construed somewhere along in the future that the father has a heart complaint that the child really needs to know about, but there's no way of knowing through various documentation that the father has a heart complaint, then the child will go throughout their life without knowing that. So there's a real concern I have around health implications. So I'm wondering, is it, and I suppose I'm saying that I do believe this is a policy issue for me rather than a drafter's issue, and that I might be looking at this in the next couple of weeks with regards to, would it not be best to include the word other parent and leave father in there? And does this happen somewhere else in any form of relationships? I know we're tackling the lesbian couples with regard to same-sex couples in this regard, and I wouldn't want to do anything that would diminish your policy intent in that, but I'm just worrying that if we leave the word father out, that there's unintended consequences for both the father's rights and also the child's health implications in later life. And I'm wondering, is there any other sphere where we've missed this? Because obviously this is repairing an anomaly. Mm-hmm. Maybe my concern is undue, because maybe this is just about a birth certificate, and that the child will be able to obtain the information about the father through other guises and other ways. But I worry that if there's not, and this might be the only way, then we're creating a health issue for later life for infants.
Okay. So I think, again, we have an answer on its way to you in relation to the question you asked at second stage. Just to be really clear, because I think the scope of what we're looking to do here is narrower than I think what you're discussing, but we will confirm that via correspondence. The policy intent here is very basic. The intent is that all unmarried, non-civil partnered couples should follow the same registration process for births and for stillbirths. We're not changing the certificates. We're not changing anything about what appears on those certificates or the information that's available to individuals. What instead we're doing is remedying these inconsistencies, and the three inconsistencies in particular that we've got in mind are the following. So heterosexual couples who are unmarried and not in a civil partnership can attend at a registration office separately to register a birth and a stillbirth. So one partner can come in, the other partner can come in, and they can conclude a joint registration. That's not an option that's available to a same-sex female couple. So what we want to do is make it possible for either the mother or the second female parent to come separately to the registration office. So it's a very small change in that context. For heterosexual couples, number two, the father, who's not married in a civil partnership with the mother, can register a stillbirth or a birth without the mum being there. So the man can go into the registration office, can say, I'm sorry, my partner, my girlfriend can't come to the registration office. Can I register the stillbirth or birth on their behalf? The registrar will say, yes, there's a legal provision for you to do that, and they'll register the process. That option's not available to the second female parent at present. So we want to remedy that. The third thing has to do with the third aspect has to do with re-registration. So for the heterosexual couple, the man comes in, registers the stillbirth, and then the the mother is able to come back in and say, no, I'm sorry, those details were incorrect. Can we correct them, please, and re-register the birth or the stillbirth? That same option's not available to the same-sex female parent because they weren't able to conduct a separate registration in the first place. And that's the extent of the changes that we're talking about here. So it's to do with when you come to the office, who you come with, and how you can register.
Which is saying this doesn't change anything that's on a birth certificate. This is not changing the text of a birth certificate. So
not at all. So the birth certificates
this would have an impact on getting information.
No, that's right. So the birth certificates that we have at the moment will have some of them have a father and a mother specified, which I think goes to your point. Others of them, under the Human Fertilisation and Embryology Act, I think 2008, have the mother and the second female parent recorded on them.
That's the point I make.
And that's the point I think.
So are we missing a trick whereby we also have stumbled upon an anomaly here, whereby that child will get its birth certificate and see both their parents, which is fine because it's parent one, another parent, or mother and other parent. But should that child not have the right also to know its biological father?
So I can't speak to those circumstances, Paul, as it sits outside of the scope of the legislation we're talking about here, and it's in the HFE Act. We can take away this question and see, but this is UK legislation in the HFE that determine the nature and character of the certificates that we issue. That's my understanding at any rate.
So given aside that piece of legislation you talked about, which you have now told us is out of scope, imagine for every other arrangement whereby a same-sex couple, a lesbian couple, obtain a baby. Excuse my language. There'll be a biological mother, but there will also be a biological father. So my concern is, in that scenario, should there be provision for the biological father to be also included in the birth certificate, along with the mother and the other parent?
So I understand the question that you're asking. I think it's helpful to have this clarification from your second stage. We'll come back to you by correspondence because I think we directly, I think the draft response that I've seen addresses in part this question. Whether they should have 3 parents, I think is explicitly included in the HFE Act. But forgive me, let me take it away and correspond with you on that particular question.
Back on the baby certificates and the fact that you can produce a piece of paper, a blank piece of paper, doesn't say SL1 on it, but will basically be the secondary legislation that you could show us as we are going through this. There's absolutely nothing to stop you as a department actually bringing forward amendments or proposed amendments or amendments that you could make to actually implement the baby loss certificate on the face of this bill. So instead of having an enabling clause, you could actually have the provision. And so imagine if we're not, but imagine if we were to take the stance of the Justice Committee and say we want a 2-year window. Now there's good reasons why they wanted that, because they only had half a bill to scrutinise. But imagine we come up with a ridiculous suggestion that there'll be a 2-year window for us, and we'll try and make it as quickly as possible, that type of thing. In that period of time, you could actually have your consultation done. You could also have spoken to the drafters around the regulations to the point where you could actually insert your regulations into this bill, making them part of this bill. So you could actually bring guidance to us as possible amendments that actually shortcuts, removes an enabling clause, and actually has the provision of certificates of baby loss in this blue bill.
So in the context where you'd taken a 2-year extension,
that's me using hyperbole.
Yes, I recognise that.
Not to scare you in any way, Philip.
I recognise that. I think we wouldn't have any choice but to proceed in the manner that you describe. I don't know. Far be it from me to tell this committee what good government and good legislation looks like, but we have a bill in front of you. For scrutiny that will enable us to do this in an ordered way. When I look at this bill, when I think about the 3 parts of it and the parts that that you would want to scrutinise, you know, when we looked at this as a department, we asked a question about whether we should consult users in relation to the bill. And our feeling was, particularly the Coronavirus Act provisions, that would be quite a strange consultation for us to undertake. We'd be going out to stakeholders and asking, are you broadly content with the way that we do things at the moment, or would you like to revert to 2019 and do things on paper? We weren't sure that was a good use of public time or public money. In relation to baby loss certificates, which we also considered from a point of view of consultation, we felt that the enabling power was sufficiently uncontroversial that we could proceed because we were going to be consulting and because we were going to be coming back to the Assembly with the regulations. And so for those reasons, we didn't feel that it was necessary. And in relation to the amendments that we've just discussed, notwithstanding questions about parentage and health matters, the three changes that we're making are relatively slight, to do with the internal workings of the registration service and when someone comes to the office. I'm not also sure how we would consult on the question of whether or not we want to maintain an inequality in our registration service or whether we need to resolve it. I'm not sure that's a question we can ask in all good conscience. So for those reasons, we didn't see the need for a very big engagement exercise, and it's for those reasons that we brought forward the bill as it is. And I recognise you have a role to do, and I won't trample on that in any way, but I hope that proportionality can win out here and that we can follow a sensible legislative process from beginning to end, rather than, I hope, as you say, having a multi-year extension.
I hear you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, happy enough. No further members have indicated that they wish to ask questions. So
I have just
yes,
two final comments to make. So in the comments that I've made so far, I've talked through most of the clauses of the bill. I suppose I did want to speak just briefly about commencement, Chair. So in relation to commencement, as set out in clause 12, it's our intention to bring the baby loss certificate scheme and changes to in the schedule of the bill into operation at the point of royal assent. And we think that's appropriate in most circumstances. By contrast, we plan to bring clauses 2 through 7 and 10 into effect by order of the department on a specific date. The reason for this distinction is so that we can provide clarity to the registration staff who are providing this service, so that we can make this change from one legal basis to another in a planned and orderly manner without there being any surprises at the point of royal assent.
Oh, okay, so just so we're clear about that, did you say 2, 3 and 7?
No, 2 through 7, so 2
through 7,
3,
sorry, excuse me, of course,
2 to 7 and then 10.
2 through 7, so all the bits that are the rollover coronavirus provisions. So what you're effectively saying is you're not going to commence them the day after royal assent because effectively you want to let stakeholders, whether that's people in, I guess, everything from undertakers, funeral directors, the coronial service, whoever, plan your communications to them so that they know the legal basis is changing on this date, rather than simply it'll be the day after royal assent, because royal assent can happen in a kind of fairly haphazard, unpredictable way.
So that's exactly the principle. Is for the same reason that we, ahead of yesterday's debate, wrote to the registrars to say it's possible we might have to make a change if the Assembly doesn't approve the extension order. We would like to be able to write to them and to tell them these powers will come into effect on this date, and very little else may change, but it's worth you knowing that this is a change that's happened.
I think it's important to reiterate to any funeral director who's watching, this is a theoretical possibility of such infinitesimal likelihood that they don't need to worry about it.
Chair, on that point, then that's after it receives royal assent, so that will be a later date.
It's not going to be a very much later date, Paul, to reassure you. I think it's our intent to do this as quickly as possible, but with a plan in place and in a managed way, rather than writing to registrars and saying, can you keep an eye out to see when we'll receive royal assent? Because as you say, I think there is some view that it can happen at short notice. We want to make sure people have got...
What that means is different bits will commence every time. So the baby loss component will commence effectively immediately or the day after royal assent. That will enable you to make the regulations or delay the regulations. Separately, you will name a date when all the other stuff, which is the stuff that's been happening since COVID, basically, electronic notification of deaths, etc. Okay. No further members have indicated they wish to ask any questions. So now that we're going to say thank you to Philip and Aoife, and members, we're going to move into closed session to talk about related procedural matters. Okay. I will be asking the clerk to do a lot of the talk and talk.
Senate Chamber. Sound. 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 Senate Chamber. Sound.
Members of the working time, are we open now? Chair, we're open.
Okay,
if you want to go.
Yeah, that's fine, members. So thank you. We had a useful discussion in closed session. Members, we have agreed a draft timetable for committee stage, cognizant of the fact that that will be we will use that not necessarily as a target, but we may be able to finish our work even earlier. But we've agreed a draft timetable for committee, which we will bring to the, I believe we bring to the Assembly Chamber to extend to a short extension, not as long as normal, but enable us to do some credible scrutiny. Then a draft committee motion draft signposting advertisement for the call for and draft questions for the call for evidence, and a list of stakeholders. We're agreed on those items, members.
And Chair,
thank you for
the
your
list of stakeholders members have would be additionally the trust specifically and specific council registrars who deal with the issues. Chair, just add to that list as well.
Okay, thank you, members. So we're agreed on that. The next, I'm going to do something which I shouldn't normally do, but we are going to push forward our chairperson's business and matters arising. The one thing I will do is draft, which is agenda item 7, which is draft minutes of the meeting on the 30th of April. Are people content with those? So I will sign them. In other case, I will do. Yeah, I'll do. Do I need to do that? Do I need to do that? Should I do that first when I'm here?
No, we can come back to that.
Okay, we will come back to the item on accelerated passage, which we always have to do because we're going to have a further budget bill. We can do this on the date that we have the officials on the 20th of May. Okay, members, we're just going to go to any other business now.
Just if we can get our chair forward work
yes,
programme.
Apologies. Our forward work programme is going to be published. We've discussed all of it today.
And
then we're going to go to agenda item 11, which is AOB. Any other businesses? Anyone have any other business they wish to raise?
Chair.
No? Okay.
The ABI stuff on forward work plus.
Yeah.
Yes, we will make sure that the ABI matters will be brought back, as per Mr. Brett's request. Then agenda item 12 is date, time and place of next meeting. Just to say thank you, members, for your patience today. It was a very long but useful session. Next week we're going to be hearing from, we're going to be at the Balmoral Show. The purpose of that, for anybody who's still watching this in the outside world, is that we hear from ordinary people, businesses, etc., to talk about the banking and financial services landscape. If you are watching this and you're going to be at the Balmoral Show, feel free to come and talk to us about the operations of our inquiry.
Chair, just to throw in a final comment, I swear it's final. I have the wristbands. I will get those to you at your convenience on Monday and Tuesday. I'm just very conscious they are paper, so I didn't want to give them out really, really early because they're just very flimsy. So we'll get them to you at your convenience on Monday and Tuesday.
Okay, the date, time and place of our next meeting, our next formal committee meeting, is then Wednesday the 21st of May at 1 p.m. in the Senate chamber. So the committee is now adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Well done.
Senate chamber. Sound. Senate chamber. Sound. Senate chamber. Sound. Senate chamber. Sound.